Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for coming out bright and early this morning. First of all, I want to thank Verizon for supplying the refreshments today. I think it always makes a meeting go much more quickly and more eventfully. Thank you very much for your time and your sponsorship of this. We will go ahead and start this meeting with introductions. If you can just say your name and the organization you're with. We have a pretty tight agenda, and unless you're new here, I think that should be enough. So I am Susan Mazrui. I am with AT&T.
No captions.
Oh, okay. We'll wait. And you'll tell us when they're up?
You seem to be up. Are the captions up?
Captions are up now?
Well,
Correct? No?
It says no audio, but I'm speaking. Can you caption what we're saying? It's still not up. Okay.
We're good?
Now it looks like we're good. Let's see.
Excellent. So we're going to start with introductions, just your name and your organization, unless you're new here. And then you give us a couple sentences. This is Susan Mazrui with AT&T.
Hi. Hello. Good morning, everyone. The mic doesn't appear to be working. Test. Microphone, test. Microphone. Hello, everyone. I'm Claude Stout. I represent the Telecommunications for the Deaf and Hard of Hearing, and I am co-chair of the Disability Advisory Meeting.
Captions are still having trouble.
Test.
Okay, go ahead.
Hello, everyone. I am Claude Stout. I'm with Telecommunications for the Deaf and Hard of Hearing, and I am also co-chair of the Disability Advisory Committee. Good to see everyone here this morning.
Do we have captions? Yes, no?
Yeah, we do.
Okay. Go ahead with introductions.
I'm Greg Rybach from the Disability Rights Office. I'm the Disability Office Chief. Good morning. I'm Susie Rosen Singleton. I am with the Disability Rights Office as well.
Tupuola from the representing Association for University Center on Disabilities.
Pause for 1 second. If you would not mind, it's really hard for the captioner to get your names. So if you could just speak your names very slowly, might help them a little bit. And maybe spell your first or last name if it's a difficult to understand name. Thank you. Next person. This is not a good start to a meeting.
Hi, everyone. Mic check. Number 9, you're talking. There we go. Hi, everyone. My name is Eddie Martinez. from the Columbia Lighthouse for the Blind. It's good to see you all today.
Good morning, everybody. My fellow DAC members, I am Brian Unashko, and I am representing the Helen Keller National Center for Deaf, Blind Youth and Adults.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Tom Ledkowski, and I'm with Comcast.
Good morning, everyone. Testing. Morning, everyone. My name is Alex Reynolds of the Consumer Technology Association.
Good morning. This is Abe Raffy from the ARC.
Good morning. Joshua Paila from the National Association of Broadcasters.
Anne Marie Rohali, Telecommunications Industry Association.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Ron Bibler, a consumer from Montana.
Good morning. I'm Diane Burstein with the National Cable and Telecommunications Association.
Jim Tobias, Inclusive Technologies.
Tim Cruden, U.S. Access Board.
Helena Mitchell, Georgia Institute of Technology.
Tony Dunn with formerly Intrado.
Richard Ray with the City of Los Angeles Department on Disability. Good morning. Zainab El-Kebsi from the National Association of the Deaf. Nice to see you all today. Hello, good morning. My name is Christian Vogler. I'm with Gallaudet University and a Rehab Engineering and Research Center.
Matt Gerst with CTIA.
Good morning, Mark Reichert, American Foundation for the Blind.
Good morning, Marcia Brooks from Perkins School for the Blind.
Gate Jones with Federal Emergency Management Agency.
Lee Knife with the Digital Media Association.
Jamie Taylor, Deafblind Citizens and Action.
Larry Goldberg, Yahoo.
Paul Michaelis, Avaya.
Hi, good morning. I'm Ian Dillner with Verizon. I'll be filling in for Jeff Kramer. For those of you who've worked with Jeff for years, you know I have big shoes to fill, and I look forward to working with you all. Thanks.
Hi, Karen Pelt-Strauss, and I'm with the FCC.
Hi, this is Elaine Gardner, and welcome all of you. I think some people are still coming in. I know it's a rainy, hard morning to get here, but thank you all for being here so early, and I look forward to this meeting. We have one more. This is Claude speaking. We have one more introduction to make. Sam has not yet sat down, so hold on just 1 second so that he can introduce himself. Sam?
Good morning, this is Sam Yale with SSB Bark Group.
Thank you, Sam. Lisa, I believe you need to introduce yourself as well, please.
Yes. Yes, please.
Okay. Thank you all. Thank you for your introductions. I am pleased to introduce Karen Pelt-Strauss, who will make some welcoming remarks today.
Thanks, Claude. My remarks are going to be incredibly brief because in a few minutes you're going to hear from me again on what we've done at the Commission since we last met. Greg and I are going to present. But I just want to tell you how happy we are with this committee. As I attend some of your subcommittee meetings, I am really thrilled at how seriously you've taken your charge here and how dedicated you've been to providing us with those actionable recommendations that the chairman made clear he wanted from this group. And I know that the chairman is very pleased as well. So I just wanted to thank you, now that we are, I guess, at approximately a little past our 1-year anniversary. And we're hoping that we continue for quite a while. We're already looking into possible renewal for after next year. So thank you again for everything that you've been doing. We know that you don't get paid for this work. It's all extra above your day-to-day grind, and we really appreciate the efforts that you've been putting in.
This is Susan, and unfortunately this morning we have to start with some sad news. Many of you are aware that Robert Pearson passed away quite recently and unexpectedly. And we're going to take a few minutes to remember his leadership and his contributions. So, Tom Wachowski.
Thank you, Susan. I'd also like to thank Joel Snyder, DAC member Joel Snyder, for helping us draft these remarks today in remembrance of Robert. On December 26, 2015, fellow DAC member Robert Pearson passed away in Oakville, Ontario. People with disabilities and those of us who work in the accessibility field lost a great champion and recognized thought leader. More important, Robert was the beloved husband and best friend of Shannon and devoted father of Emma, age 4, and Maxwell, who is now 8 months. In April 2011, Robert was appointed Accessibility Officer at Accessible Media, Inc., AMI, a not-for-profit multimedia organization serving more than 5 million Canadians with sensory and physical disabilities. Among other things, he accomplished a great deal at AMI to advance access to audio description. Here are just a few of his accomplishments. Robert spearheaded the Descriptive Video Guide Project, a comprehensive list of all programs that are available with audio description across Canada. So now there is one place where viewers can go to get described program information daily. He established a Descriptive Video Best Practices Committee with key stakeholders to create guidelines for audio description. Robert then secured approval for these guidelines by the CTRC and the Canadian Association of Broadcasters. He was a principal force behind AMI's Accessible Channel, which provides description for all programs that are broadcast. In 2012, AMI launched a scholarship program created to strengthen AMI's commitment to make accessible media accessible to all Canadians. It has now been renamed the AMI Robert Pearson Memorial Scholarship in Robert's honor. But Robert's contributions to accessibility extended far beyond Canada's borders. Here on our DAC, Robert was the chair of the FCC Disability Advisory Committee's Video Description Working Group. Under his leadership, the working group began to examine how to create a centralized list of described TV programs here in the U.S. Perhaps the best way for us to remember Robert is to remember his words. In a blog post following the birth of his son Maxwell in June, he posted the following, quote, "This June, my wife and I welcomed our son Maxwell to the world. Being quite a bouncy baby boy at 11 pounds and 6 ounces, he has already started to make his mark on the world and is doing very well along with his sister. As readers of my blog will know, my older daughter Emma's been an inspiration for me in seeing a more accessible world through the eyes of a child, and I have no doubt that her brother will do the same. Where will Maxwell go? What will he do? And what will he accomplish by the time he is 85? What will the state of accessibility be in 2100? It comforts me to consider that in his old age, my son may see the result of the work that my colleagues, industry peers, and accessibility organizations will achieve over the next several decades. As the practice of accessibility digital inclusion, and inclusive design come to maturity, I feel it is a relevant time to outline long-term goals for what each of these practices should strive to achieve. There will come a time when audio description is on par with its captioning equivalent. Eventually, everything within the broadcast environment will have these two accessibility accommodations available by default. The concept of the Internet of Things will have evolved into the Internet of Everything, where all devices, platforms, infrastructure, spaces, and ways of transacting, living, and navigating would be seamlessly connected. The way we access entertainment, media, and multi-channel platforms would have advanced so much so that we would need to have screens and accessible content across any surface. Think microwaves, refrigerators, furniture, window screens. By 2100, we may even have to redefine the scope of disability, as technology might allow persons who are blind or deaf to be able to live more accessible lives by using technology that's far more advanced than smart wearable eye gear, watches, and bionic implants, end quote. Robert touched many lives in his 39 years. On his passing, Robert's family set up an education fund for his 2 children. That fund has raised more than $30,000 in less than 2 months. We will all miss Robert, and hopefully we can honor him best by striving to make real Robert's vision for the future of accessibility.
Thank you, Tom, and I think we can all take his words to heart as we proceed throughout the day and through the activities we all do to make the world more accessible.
This is Claude. We will now hear from the FCC staff to give us some updates on their programs and events. Karen and Greg.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here. It is great to see all of us together again. Again, and as always, I want to express our heartfelt appreciation for all of your hard work for this past more than 1 year. I know that today, in particular, we have a very, very productive meeting because you have already brought to the table a whole host of recommendations, and that's the work product that you have been working towards and bringing before you for your consideration today. And all of that is a result of the very, very hard work that you have done over the past months and weeks, deliberating on important issues, and we appreciate that very deeply because that work is part of progress that will ultimately get us to our goal that was articulated so eloquently by Robert Pearson of the year 2100, the Internet of Everything, as he said. That will be the result of the work that we are doing today. So again, thank you for that. I'm going to quickly walk you through all of the Disability Rights Office and larger commission work over the course of October, so since our last meeting on October 8th up till now. And we have undertaken several significant actions here, and I want to make sure to walk you through them, and then I'll turn it over to Karen, and she's also going to get some of those for you. First, starting after the DAC meeting, the DAC, in fact, hosted a summit on the needs of people with cognitive and intellectual disability, and that summit consisted of panels of subject matter experts that included communications and technology for independent living, emergency preparedness and living in the community, and ensuring and funding access to equipment, training, and broadband. At that summit, there was also an exhibition of assistive technologies that was displayed. And it was a great success with a very good turnout here at the Commission. It was also the first event of its kind that was hosted here at the FCC focusing on the needs of people with cognitive disabilities, which is very close to the chairman's heart and one of his great personal interests as well as one of ours. On November 3rd of 2015, the Commission released a notice of proposed rulemaking proposing to temporarily freeze certain video relay service rates. The NPRM also seeks comment on the following measures to enhance VRS. First, imposing a stricter speed of answer standard. Second, adopting a limited trial of skills-based routing. And authorizing providers to use qualified deaf sign language interpreters, in addition to authorizing the use of at-home interpreters under certain conditions. And the last proposal was permitting the assignment of 10-digit video phone numbers to hearing individuals. The comment period ended on February 1st of this year. Another release we had on November 5th was an order addressing the rates for telecommunication services by inmates. Specifically, the order does the following. It sets a cap on rates charged by inmate calling services. Second, it requires providers to offer free access to TRS calls for inmates with communications disabilities. Third, it applies a steeply discounted rate for TTY to TTY calls. Fourth, it reminds correctional institutions of their obligations to make TRS available to people with communications disabilities. And fifth, it encourages jails and prisons to allow commonly used forms of TRS and requires them to report complaints on service quality issues to the FCC. Based on that record, there have been a lot of complaints about disallowing video relay service use in particular in prisons, so that was certainly part of what went into this order, encouraging implementation of more video phones. Next, CGB, the Consumer and Governmental Affairs Bureau, hosted a roundtable event to discuss closed captioning of public, educational, and government, or what is called PEG, access programming. PEG programming is generally produced locally to cater to viewers who live in a certain geographical area and includes programming such as high school sports, town hall meetings, and educational programming by local post-secondary institutions. On November 19th of 2015, the FCC released an NPRM seeking comment on several proposals designed to ensure that all Americans have the capability to receive timely and accurate alerts. Specifically, the NPRM seeks comment on ways to improve the clarity of emergency alerting messages as received on wireless handsets, to ensure that these alerts reach only those individuals to whom an alert is relevant. The NPRM also seeks comment on ways to ensure that WEA, wireless emergency alerts, keep pace with evolving technologies. The comment period for that proceeding ended on February 12th of this year. Another critical order that was released by the Media Bureau in coordination with the Consumer and Governmental Affairs Bureau as well as others was released on November 20th of 2015. A second report and order on reconsideration, and second FNPRM addressing issues concerning user interfaces on video devices like televisions and set-top boxes. This proceeding follows rules adopted in 2013 that had required manufacturers and video programming distributors to make their user interfaces accessible to people with disabilities. The new rule takes steps to ensure that viewers know about the existence of these accessible features and devices, and that they get the support needed in order to use them. The report and order requires that people with disabilities receive access to information and documentation on the functionality of these devices, including user's guides, bills, installation guides, and product support information and technical support. It also requires equipment manufacturers to notify consumers about the availability of accessible devices on their websites. Both manufacturers and video programming distributors must also provide a contact person or office to answer questions about accessible equipment and features. Some of the new rules will become effective March 7th of this year, and most of those rules will become effective once they are approved by the Office of Management and Budget, or OMB. Another important part of this proceeding was the order on reconsideration, in which the FCC ruled that it is not acceptable to use voice control as the sole means of activation for closed captioning, because that would not be effective, and to quote the order, reasonably comparable to a button, key, or icon for those who are deaf or hard of hearing, as required in the CBAA. At the same time, the order finds that closed captioning and video description activation mechanisms relying on gesture control will be permissible if they are simple and easy to use. In the second FNPRM, the FCC proposes to require manufacturers and video programming distributors to ensure that consumers are able to readily access user display settings for closed captioning. And the comment period for that ends on February 24th, which is tomorrow, and reply comments are due March 7th. Another item, on November 25th, the FCC issued a public notice announcing that beginning November 30th of 2015, video programming distributors must ensure that emergency information provided in text crawls or scrolls on television is accessible to persons who are blind or visually impaired by providing an oral tone at the start of such information and conveying the information at least twice orally through the secondary audio stream. The Commission had adopted this requirement in April 2013 as part of the implementation of the CBAA. And I'll move on to our next item. We're time limited here as well. The FCC also required that no later than December of 20th of 2016. Excuse me, one second. That no later than December 20th of 2016, a mechanism for activating the secondary audio stream to access accessible emergency information must be simple and easy to use, such as via a button, key, icon, or comparable method. Another item with regards to telecommunications relay service, on December 18th, the FCC released a public notice seeking comment on a petition for rulemaking filed by IDT Telecom Incorporated, requesting that the Commission review and revise its rules and policies on the contribution method for the Interstate TRS Fund. IDT requests that the Commission implement a contribution methodology that includes intrastate revenue within the TRS Fund contribution base. There are a number of different proposals that are also part of that petition. The comment period for that ended on February 16th. January 14th, the FCC announced that it selected the Virginia Department for the for blind and vision impaired for certification to participate in the NDB EDP for the state of Virginia, which would replace the previous affiliate that offered that service in Virginia. And I'll try quickly to get through the remaining items on my list here. Recently, the FCC's Disability Rights Office released an annual report of consumer informal complaints regarding the provision of TRS, which consists of an analysis of data from the period of July 1st, 2014 through June 30th, 2015, for 6 different forms of TRS, and it categorizes the complaints by the type of issue raised. That report is available on our website. For more information, you can certainly reach out to me, and I'd be happy to provide it. There is another item that has not been posted and announced, but I'd like to make sure that you are aware of it. Recently, the MITRE Corporation has been selected to serve as coordinator of the Internet-based, or ITRS, National Outreach Program, as we refer to it, the NOP. The MITRE Corporation is a private, non-profit organization that operates federally funded research and development centers. The 2013 VRS reform order directed this program in order to educate the public about the purposes and functions of telecommunications relay services to businesses, federal and state agencies, potential TRS users, and the general public. MITRE is also partnering with independent contractors and consumer service organizations serving people who are deaf, hard of hearing, and deaf-blind, including CSD, Communication Services for the Deaf, Deaf Nation, Smart Access Marketing. Those entities bring with them a wealth of knowledge and experience that can help effectively develop and conduct the National Outreach Plan, and there are several different strategies and goals that are important there, but I will highlight just a few of them. First, educating businesses and government agencies and other entities about their obligation to respond to telephone calls made through relay and TRS, and we have dubbed that the Answer the Call campaign, to avoid those hang-ups and call refusals that have been unfortunately common. And the second important goal is educating businesses and government agencies about the benefits of and availability of technology that can be used to provide direct video communication, as we call it DVC, in customer support call centers. With that is all from my end. And at this point, I will turn it over to Karen. She has a little bit more for us.
Thank you, Greg. That's quite a list, and I'm now going to add to it to show you how busy everybody here has been. Last Thursday, the Commission adopted new rules governing closed captioning compliance obligations. Some of you may have tuned in. It was an exciting time that completed really what was a 12-year odyssey into trying to ensure that captioning quality is what it needs to be for viewers who use captions. This was on February 18th, and what the new rules do is clarify the responsibilities of video programmers and video programming distributors, also called VPDs, both for the delivery of captions and for captioning quality. And the way that the rules are designed now is that each entity will be responsible for those aspects of captions that are mostly within that entity's control. So, for example, video programmers will be responsible for the captioning problems that stem from actually producing the captions, putting them on the programming, and the transmission of captions right up to the point where those captions get handed off to the video programming distributors, and the VPDs, the distributors, will be responsible, pick up that responsibility at that point, and will be responsible for the equipment and other mechanisms that making sure that those mechanisms work for the pass-through of captions to get them intact to the viewers. The rules also continue to place primary responsibility on the distributors for the provision of captions. That hasn't changed, but it's funny, a dog just walked up over here. I guess it's your dog.
Take my place here.
No, it was very cute. But it also holds video programmers responsible for a lack of captions where they have failed to provide captions on non-exempt programs. The rules also change our certification processes a little bit. Under prior procedures, video programming distributors were required to undertake best efforts to obtain from programmers certifications that they were in compliance with our captioning rules. And the programmers had to make these certifications widely available. The new order removes that, the video distributors from that process, and rather has the programmers filed their certifications directly with us, making it easier for people to find them, for us to find them, for the distributors to find them. We actually had done our own little examination of trying to find some of those widely available certifications and had trouble finding some of them ourselves. So that's one of the reasons that we changed that. The certifications have to report that the video programmer is in compliance with our rules on the inclusion of captions, that they're in compliance with the captioning quality standards, or that they have adopted and are following best practices on quality. If they're exempt from the captioning obligations, they need to point that out, as well as the exemption, which again will make it easier for us to figure out if we get a complaint that somebody's not providing captions, we can go look at their certification and say, oh, okay, they're exempt for this reason. Up until now, we have not been able to do that. The order also revises the captioning complaint procedures and creates a burden shifting model where the complaint will still go to either us or the video programming distributor, and then the distributor will undertake good faith efforts to investigate and resolve the problem. But if they can't, or if the problem is not within their control, then they send it to the responsible entity, the programmer, who they think is responsible, and then the programmer has to do the same thing. They have to try to figure out the problem. And then the rules kind of keep going, and they say, well, if they both can figure out the problem, they have to work together. So there are going to be some times that it's neither problem, it's a third party's entity's problem, like maybe a TV set. But again, these rules are designed to really hone in on who's responsible for the captioning at each stage and have those entities work on resolution of complaints. We also adopt a compliance ladder. We understand that for captioning quality, we understand that there are going to be times that there are glitches. I mean, it's not an exact science. Quality is not an exact science. And there was concern that our quality rules might impose heavy obligations on industry and unfairly penalize them if they make a couple of mistakes. So what this compliance ladder does is it says you have several ways to correct your mistakes before it could move to enforcement. So there's initially an opportunity to fix just, a simple error. Then if we keep seeing additional errors, we can ask for a corrective plan, and then they have to implement the plan. And it's only really if an entity is really not doing their job in following through on correcting the problems that we would consider enforcement action. Although there is an exemption where there's systematic problems or intentional problems, it can go right to enforcement. That's pretty much it for the closed captioning item, but I also wanted to mention another item that was adopted last week that's not directly related to disability issues, but could have an impact that I wanted you to all be aware of in case you want to file comments, and we do encourage comments. And that's a new item that would allow television viewers to obtain set-top boxes from other than their multi-video programming distributors, so your cable company, for example. You would be able to go to an independent entity and purchase a set-top box instead of paying rental fees. So, of course, whenever we look at something new in video programming, the first question that we say is, what does it mean for people with disabilities? And so we do think that, the notice of proposed rulemaking that went out pretty firmly suggests that the video description rules and the closed captioning rules would pass through to these set-top boxes. But there are some outstanding questions about the accessibility of user interfaces on these set-top boxes. And so that is, we are asking for comments in that notice of proposed rulemaking, and again, we want to get your views. Of course, we have rules already, as Greg mentioned, requiring accessible user interfaces on set-top boxes. So if these boxes are no longer provided by your cable company, for example, will they still have to be accessible? That's really the question under the CVAA, 21st Century Communications and Accessibility Act. And Video Programming Act. I always get the name of that act wrong, which is bizarre, as you know, since I had something to do with it. Okay, hearing aid compatibility is the next thing that we did. We actually issued 2 sets of notices of proposed rulemakings and rules on this over the last few months. On October 30th, we released a notice of proposed rulemaking to update our hearing aid compatibility standards and make the wireline hack rule applicable to voice over Internet Protocol devices, which is in conformance with what we were directed to do under the CVAA. We also asked, this is again a notice, asked questions about all of these things. We asked whether we should adopt a volume control rule and standards for wireless phones. We do not have one right now. We do have volume control requirements for wireline. And generally, we asked about streamlining the adoption or promulgation of hearing aid compatibility standards or standards setting. And again, this is pursuant to the CVAA. Comments are due on February 26th, and reply comments are due on March 28th. So even though it was released a while ago, it took a little while to get it into the Federal Register. It has to do with standards, and sometimes it takes a little longer for those kinds of rules. So we're looking forward to your input on that. On November 20th, we released another set of another HAC item. It was a report and order that expanded the scope of the hearing aid compatibility requirements to cover rules, basically to cover rules to cover phones used with wireless technologies of tomorrow, including IP-based communication services such as Wi-Fi calling and voice over LTE. So that's called VoLTE, and that's pursuant to the CVAA as well. And we also sought comment on a consensus plan which was developed by industry and consumer stakeholders that would require a greater number of wireless handsets to become compatible over the next 8 years to eventually achieve 100%. And it would replace the current hearing rules, which only require percentages of phones to be hearing aid compatible each year. The comment period on that already ended on February 12th. Next, real-time text. We are still working on our rulemaking on that, but I did want to mention that since we last met, I think the last time we met, I talked to you about the AT&T waiver that we granted. We've since granted a waiver to Verizon as well from the FCC's TTY compatibility and requirement rules for IP-based wireless services. And our goal is to allow the rollout of those services while at the same time having the companies that are doing the rollout develop alternative accessibility solutions such as real-time text. We already received a report from Verizon. We want to thank Verizon for that, which was required by that waiver order, providing information to us on their progress. We've also granted a waiver to Cellular South. That was issued on December 18th. We have one outstanding waiver pending, one pending waiver request from the Competitive Carriers Association. We're hoping to issue waivers on that as well. But we are also, as I mentioned, working on a notice of proposed rulemaking generally on the need for alternative text to replace TTY technology. I wanted to mention that we have released a request for nominations for our Chairman's AAA Awards. These are the accessibility awards that we do each year. They're called the Chairman's Awards for Advancement in Accessibility. We are accepting nominations until March 31st, 2016, with a special focus, a particular focus on innovations designed to make communications more accessible to people with cognitive disabilities. So please share that information with everyone that you know. The date is, we still have a little bit of time for getting nominations, but we really want to try to get some interesting ones this year. We think this has been a very successful program. We see people cite to the fact that they've gotten an award in their blogs and on their websites, and you know how important these issues are to this chairman. So in fact, the awards will be presented at the M-Enabling Summit in June in Arlington, Virginia, on June 13th. And the summit itself is June 13th and June 14th, and we expect the chairman to be there to give out the awards. So we're hoping that will be a very exciting time. And I think you're all already familiar with the M-Enabling Summit. It's an international conference that focuses on promoting accessible mobile devices for both people with disabilities and senior citizens, and is done in conjunction with ITU as well as the FCC. Next, we have the e-reader order. Some of you are aware that we had been petitioned to waive our CVAA Advanced Communication Services requirements for basic e-readers. We did, in fact, issue another waiver on February 1st. We actually issued an indefinite waiver at this point because in looking at the purpose of these basic e-readers, we decided that they are primarily designed for reading and not co-primarily designed at all for advanced communication services. The waiver class is very narrow. It only includes devices that have no LCD screens, but rather use screens that are designed to optimize reading. The device can't have a camera. It can't be offered or shipped to consumers with built-in ACS client applications, and it is not marketed to consumers as ACS. It's marketed as a reading device, including its promotional materials. Anytime a device falls out of even one of these factors, it becomes covered. We did, however, signal that we are going to be keeping a watch, and this was a bureau-level order. I want to make that clear. It wasn't commission level. We are going to keep watch on how these devices evolve. This was our third waiver given to this coalition that asked for it. The last two were 1 year each. But in 3 years, we're asking for a report from these companies due by February 1st, 2019, that includes a study of the technological development, marketing, and consumer use trends in the basic e-reader market. And then we will consider whether or not we need to make any adjustments in the waiver. So that's pretty much it. I wanted to also mention that I know that you have issued a couple of DAC recommendations that we have not addressed, that neither Greg nor I have addressed. That doesn't mean that we're not working on them. We are still exploring ways such as doing research and studies on disability accessibility in the markets. We're still exploring ways on how to best achieve that. And we hope to get back to you, but as you can see, we've been busy. We are also following up on the summit that Greg mentioned on cognitive disabilities with the assistance of various people in this room, and are still planning on taking additional action to, not regulatory action, but rather guidance to ensure that companies are considering the needs, communication needs of people with cognitive disabilities. And again, I want to thank various people around the room who have been helping in that regard. It's an area, as you know, that the Commission has not traditionally focused on, and we are hoping to provide that guidance by the end of the year, if not sooner. So thank you very much.
Matt, I believe Matt has a question.
Great, thanks. Matt Gerst with CTIA. So thank you for the update. One thing that I wanted to ask you all about, which I was hoping to have you update the group on, which I heard at the National Emergency Number Association conference yesterday, was Chief Simpson from the Public Safety Bureau talking about the deployment of Text 911 and the availability, and he said that 20% of Americans can now get access to Text 911 because a PSAP has implemented it at their local level. So I just wanted the group to be aware of that statistic, which I think is pretty good progress for the last couple of years, and certainly would hope that maybe in future updates you all could provide what the current status is, so that we're all better apprised of that. So I just want to point that out. Thank you.
Thanks, Matt. And also, I just wanted to mention that even though we touched on some matters dealing with emergency access, there's going to be further discussion at the later on when the subcommittee presents. But thank you.
Okay, thank you again. Thank you to Karen. Thank you to Greg for your presentation this morning. And at this point, I am pleased to introduce to you all a wonderful guy from Gresham in Oregon. He is the president of the Cerebral Palsy and Deaf Organization, also called CPADO, C-P-A-D-O. I've enjoyed working with him for the last 5 or 6 years, and he will always make sure that his constituency, those who are deaf and who also have cerebral palsy, ensure that they are being adequately represented in a lot of filings that TDI and other sister organizations have been making at the FCC here. He is really on top of things on behalf of his organization, and he is a volunteer president of that organization. So it is our pleasure to introduce to you Mr. Mark Hill. Mark Hill is going to be giving us a presentation on CPADO and his work with that organization for people who are deaf and who also have cerebral palsy. Mark, I'll turn it over to you.
Hello, CPADO thanks you for the opportunity to come present here. I'm not from Gresham, I'm from Portland, by the way. I am so pleased to meet everybody here. Thank you for inviting me, and I will now proceed with my presentation. Oops, if we could go back a slide. For people who are deaf and hard of hearing and have other disabilities, we feel that perhaps we are not being adequately served. Another of our questions is, does it meet the equivalent function in telephonic communications within the eyes of the law? Thirdly, and are we receiving reasonable accommodations? These are questions that our community has been talking about over the years. Often we with mobility disabilities also are left out. And so we would like some attention paid so that we can have equivalent functions as everybody in being able to use telecommunications. Definition of mobility, disabilities, impairments. Mobility impairment refers to the inability of a person to use one or more of his extremities or lack of strength to walk, grasp, or lift objects. The use of a wheelchair, crutches, or a walker may be utilized to aid in mobility. Mobility impairment may be caused by a number of factors, such as disease, an accident, or congenital disorder, and may be the result from neuromuscular and orthopedic impairments. What I just shared with you was the definition of mobility disability. there is a list of examples of mobility disabilities, such as arthritis, cerebral palsy, multiple sclerosis, muscular dystrophy, paralysis, Parkinson's disease, or stroke. I want to talk about cerebral palsy in the deaf community a little bit. The first question one may have is what percentage of the deaf community, or in the general population, have cerebral palsy? Nobody knows exactly, but there's different research that seems to show about 323,000 Americans have cerebral palsy. But again, this is only one measurement. There are no precise numbers in the terms of who has cerebral palsy. And then when we focus specifically on the deaf community, we want to know these numbers. %, and it's a very high number, much higher than it is within the general population. It could be as many as 4 or 5 times more than in the general population. I believe the previous numbers were closer to 30%, but more recent research has been done, and it finds that the numbers are increasing, and it's a big difference. I'm sorry, that was 4%. A previous number was 3%, but the actual number now, it shows to be 4%. So 4% of the deaf community are members who also have cerebral palsy. I want to talk a little bit about video relay service issues. For example, there is often misinterpretation or misunderstanding that occurs as just happened now. A personal story, I was calling through video relay service to talk to my mother. And my mother was puzzled by the conversation, so she emailed me and said, "Did you really say that?" And my response was, no. And I would not have known if my mother hadn't emailed and asked me that question. So that's just one example of how often miscommunications can occur for this particular community. Another issue is for people who are not able to sign but can speak for themselves. They have special needs. They still depend on receptive sign language interpretation. So how do they receive service? What about them? I had a friend who had an accident and had cerebral palsy and no longer could sign as well, but could still speak for himself. So we were trying to figure out how he would be able to communicate through the telephone. In an equivalent manner. So often he would have to rely on a deaf friend. So in essence, this friend is stuck and does not have any sort of equivalent functionality for use of telephone. You need to remember that as well. Some of the members of the communities have difficulties accessing or using a video phone or video conferencing software or online programs. For example, not being able to use the remote control is another issue. It becomes more difficult. I know there is one VLS provider in particular who have given out set-top boxes rather than remote controls, a big box with bigger buttons that were more accessible, because often deaf individuals with CP have more difficulty being able to use their fine motor skills and not always able to push the small buttons or on the screen. Is that equivalent function? I would say no, it is not. Want to share some possible solutions that can be offered for video relay services? First and foremost, a special service could be offered, or a skill routing program can be offered for those who have mobility disabilities. We need to make sure we have highly qualified / certified interpreters who have expertise in this particular field. They know how to communicate with deaf individuals who have CP or other mobility disabilities. I can tell you a story about this particular point. I was watching television one time, and a couple of years ago, TDI had a conference. I was sitting in my chair, and I was watching it. One of the interpreters was having difficulty making a lot of errors. And so another interpreter stepped into their place. Ironically, that was a student who replaced a teacher, but then that person approached me after and said, you know what? I had to stop that interpreter that was a student interpreter. Because not every interpreter can be fully knowledgeable or an expert in every field. So it so happened that this first particular interpreter was not, but the second one was. So this relates to skills-based routing, but also having qualified, certified deaf interpreters. CDIs are skilled and sometimes are more able to understand our signing. Another solution we would like to have is the ability to have three-way or dual VRS connection for those of us who have a special need. And this would include perhaps talking to another deaf consumer. So when calling VRS, I rely on sign language. I want to call somebody else who's deaf who may have a more difficult time understanding me. Then we could have perhaps a third line to connect in an interpreter who can understand, perhaps a deaf interpreter. And I would also have the choice of, rather than signing my responses, I could speak, and that interpreter would then interpret back to the deaf person I was calling. That's just an example of a situation where it could be applied. I want to talk a little bit about VRS and TRS equipment, devices, software, and online programs. It's important to have accessibility and assistive usability solutions. Making products or interfaces more accessible and compatible for individuals with mobility disabilities. It's important that these devices, equipment, and software be easy to use, and that the staff be trained on how to work with individuals who need the equipment, and you have to have a happy face. The picture of Stevie Wonder with the quote, "We need to make every single thing accessible to every single person with a disability." I love this quote. Yay, coming from a person with a disability. And with that, I thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Mark. Perhaps some of us could ask you some questions. Do any of the DAC members have questions for Mark about his organization or about his presentation today? Sunny?
This is Alison Astral. If you had a recommendation for us at the DAC, what would that advice be or that recommendation be?
To improve all said services for the individuals who need it. As it stands, we do not have the equivalent functionality. In trying to call VRS, many individuals have a difficult time because their interpreters can't understand them, their communication assistants can't understand them, and that's not fair to those individuals. So we would like to be on even par with everybody else in functional equivalency. Does that answer your question, Al?
This is Al again. Do you mean that we need more training? We need to train interpreters so that they are flexible in terms of understanding various kinds of sign language?
The bottom line is it's a skill development requirement. There are people who are very good at certain aspects of interpreting, and some are not.
This is Claude. Thank you, Sunny. Now, Greg wanted to make a comment. Thank you, this is Greg. I just wanted to let everyone know that the FCC Disability Rights Office will be hosting a roundtable event. And that event will be discussing the needs for people with mobility disabilities who are deaf. Mark Hill will be there. and we invited several individuals who have similar types of disability to discuss specific issues, the basic nuts and bolts of how we can accomplish and meet their needs and identify the specific issues that we've talked about. That's March 17th in the afternoon, and it's actually by invitation only, but if you feel that it's important for you to attend, please let me know. Thank you. This is Claude. Karen, yes, you wanted to add something.
I wanted to thank you, Mark, as well, and invite any of you, especially those people who will be participating on March 17th, to come in with specific solutions on how you would like our rules to be changed or whether you want us to take certain non-regulatory actions. But we hear the issues, but we really want specific solutions on what we can do to change the situation.
This is Greg. I just had a quick follow-up, sorry. For example, we're currently on the record now with the VRS. We're proposing to use skills-based routing, which would lead to a direct group of interpreters who have specific receptive skills for a specific group. So that's a possible specific solution that's on the record that would meet the needs of people with mobility disabilities who are also deaf. This is Claude. All right. Does anyone have any further questions for Mark? No? Now, thank you so much, Mark, for your presentation. Thank you to Karen and Greg and the FCC staff for including people like Mark today on his presentation who are deaf and have CP, and including them in the planning for the future. Thank you so much. We will now have a 15-minute break. Enjoy your break. Thank you.
Well, his interpreter let him know where he was, and he started to do a little dance.
I know. I'm not sure how to get it on, though. Okay, here we are. Folks, if we can get you seated, we have some very important reports ahead, and we have some votes ahead. So if you're with an alternate or you are an alternate and voting, can you make sure you're at the table? Because we will be doing voice roll for votes. So if we can ask other folks to quiet it down, and we need to start our meeting very soon. This is Susan Mazrui, and it sounds like the FCC has been quite busy. So it's our turn now to get back to work and to make sure we're not outdone as a committee by the FCC as a whole. So first of all, I want to thank Verizon again for the refreshments and for the lunch we'll have later today. I also want to thank all the subcommittees who've been working extraordinarily hard. This has been an incredibly productive committee as a whole, and we have a lot of work to cover today. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce Zainab Akabezi. I'm probably saying that wrong, but Al-Kebsi, sorry, who is the very, very capable chair of the Technology Transition Subcommittee, and she will be giving us her report and recommendations.
Thank you, Susan. And this is Zainab Al-Kebsi speaking. I'd like to start with a short report of our subcommittee's doings to date. At our first meeting, which happened back in the fall, we put our heads together. Actually, let me back up and clarify and say that our first meeting was when we became a full-time subcommittee for the technology transition. At that point, we decided to put our heads together and come up with a list of priorities for the year. I'd like to share that list with you now, and they're in no particular order. RTT, which real-time text, which we did develop a recommendation for, and you will be, I'll be reading that in just a few minutes. Affordability of IP equipment and service. Transition for captioners who still rely on copper and the impact on caption quality and the availability of captioners. The next item is amplified phones not being reliable on IP networks. In-house call alerting systems. HD voice and side tone. We will have our next in-person meeting, which is actually happening today, and we'll determine the next topic we'll be covering from this list of priorities. I'm now going to read the recommendation regarding RTT. Our full recommendation is about 3 pages worth, and that's too long for me to sit here and read word for word, but I do have a summarization of the highlights of that recommendation. The DAC recommends that the FCC initiate a rulemaking about phasing out TTY technology and the transition to real-time text, RTT. The deficiencies of TTY technology have been recognized by various committees, and a TTY phase-out in favor of more effective and efficient technologies is encouraged by the CVAA. Guidance from the FCC as part of rulemaking is necessary to reflect changing consumer behavior and preferences for the transition from TTY technologies to RTT. This rulemaking should explore the practical and legal questions raised by such a transition and its impact on consumers with disabilities, service providers, and manufacturers. These recommendations cover items that should be addressed in the rulemaking in order to ensure RTT interoperability. Recommended as part of the rulemaking that the FCC consider the following. Number 1, under what circumstances newly manufactured, offered, or updated telecommunications and advanced communication services and equipment should support RTT as a native function, unless such equipment does not support any way to generate, present, receive, or display text for other purposes. Number 2, how to ensure that a provider of telecommunications or advanced communication services not impede or impair RTT communication. Number 3, an appropriate transition period to support RTT as a native function, if required, and that downloadable applications that provide the RTT functionality should be permitted until the eventual phasing in of native RTT functionality. Number 4, how transcoding between RTT and TTY should be performed with less than 1% character error rate to end-to-end for all characters that are specified by TIA 825A for emergency and non-emergency calls in order to ensure RTT to TTY interoperability during a transition period. Number 5, whether legacy state TTY relay services should be upgraded to support RTT plus voice interoperability standards. Number 6, a TTY sunset period when declining wireline TTY minutes reaches a certain threshold to be determined while addressing the needs of people who are deaf-blind, speech-disabled, and have cognitive impairments, as well as for relay services and rural access. Number 7, newly manufactured and offered wireless equipment and services that support interoperable RTT consistent with recommendation 4 need not support TTY services and equipment. Number 8, how telecommunication and advanced communication services and equipment that support RTT provide the users of RTT, either in isolation or in conjunction with other media, with access to the same telecommunication and advanced communications functions and features that are provided to voice-based users of the services and equipment. We listed 8 such features in our document, and that's the full recommendation that you can read. Number 9, whether telecommunication and advanced communication systems can support the use of RTT simultaneously in conjunction with other real-time media supported by the system, ensuring text packets and voice packets can be, and this is option A, routed via the same network pathways. Option B, use the same transport layer protocol. And C, use the same method to reduce point-to-point packet loss. Number 10, to expeditiously evaluate and examine possible protocols and standards for RTT interoperability. Number 11, seek comment on whether existing standards and their variants can be used to support RTT interoperability, as well as seek comment on standards that might need to be developed or modified to support interoperable RTT communications for new and emerging technologies. Number 12, whether to recognize RFC 4103 as a standard that meets the above criteria and can support interoperable RTT communication while addressing concerns about competing standards impeding RTT interoperability. So that's the summarization of our full recommendation, and I'd like to turn it over to the co-chair for discussion and vote. I thank the committee in advance. I'd like to also thank the committee of our subcommittee for the incredible hard work that they put in to make this recommendation possible today. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Zainab. We really appreciate your leadership and hard work. First, I want to open for any questions. I know you've all had an opportunity to read the full text that was sent to you earlier. Are there any questions? And I'm going to ask Claude to call anyone if there are. Any questions? Any questions? Any questions? Okay, we will go to a vote then. Nope, there was a question, sorry. No, there are none. There are none, okay.
No, there were none.
Okay, we will do a roll call vote. Oh, there is a question, sorry. Who? No, go. Eddie?
Excuse me, yes, I believe from Brian? No, with Eddie.
This is Eddie Martinez with the Columbia Lighthouse for the Blind. My question is for Zainab. Zainab, I believe you mentioned the transition out of TTY usage and into real-time text for people with speech disabilities, deaf and deaf-blind. After the vote is complete, perhaps we can talk a little bit more about equipment compatibility, particularly for deaf-blind users using refreshable Braille displays, ensuring that real-time text is going to be accessible to them. And I don't know if this is the right time for that question, but I wanted to put it on the table.
And this is Zainab speaking. Eddie, thank you for bringing that topic to the table. I actually think Brian was on our committee, and as part of our subcommittee, that issue has been brought to the table before, and Brian can brief you on that. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions?
Paul?
This is Paul Michaelis with Avaya. The issue of real-time text as a replacement for TTY in support of people who would read refreshable Braille displays was discussed by the subcommittee, and the chief issue we identified is that the speed of transmission in traditional BAUDO TTY maxes out at approximately 6 characters per second. The concern that we identified in the committee is that real-time text transmission at character rate is going to be considerably faster, has the potential to be considerably faster than 6 characters per second. So this is certainly one of the issues we identified in support of people that would read Braille displays. Again, is now the much more rapid speed of transmission of the characters.
Okay. Okay, Karen?
And this is Zainab speaking. I want to thank you, Paul, for adding that in.
Oh, Christian? Christian, go ahead.
This is Christian Vogler speaking. I also wanted to add to this. If you buy a Braille reader refreshable display today that is compatible with your computer or with your tablet or smartphone, then it should also be compatible with RTT. You won't have to worry about that. What's more important is to focus on the software aspect to make sure that the software can support and be better able used for RTT.
Okay. Any other questions or comments before we go to a vote? Al?
Someone would like. I would just like to remind all of you who are ready to make a comment or to speak, please wait until the camera focuses on you before you start your comments. Raise your hand and our AV folks will have the camera directed toward you. Thank you.
And I think Al was next.
This is Al Sonnenstrahl, representing Deaf Seniors of America. There are many senior citizens who love the TTY, and they rely on it not only because that it's a TTY, but it's as a backup system. It uses a different electrical system, so when the power goes out, you still have access to your TTY, or if your cell tower dies, your telephone still works. So I can also understand that concern. I know that Verizon, for example, has provided batteries that are good for a certain number of hours. Is that number of hours sufficient to keep your Wi-Fi running? That's a question, and that is a big concern. They still rely on them as emergency backup. So are we becoming too reliant on electricity? I know that doesn't have to do with FCC's issues, but it is one of the issues we are concerned with.
Okay, and Karen?
So, whoops, let me wait. Okay? All right, okay. So, a couple of things. First of all, the FCC does have proceedings that are looking at backup power. It actually is an FCC issue. They are much bigger than this issue because they, as you know, we have major proceedings on technology transitions overall from the public switch telephone network to IP-enabled services. So those are much bigger questions than just affect TTYs, but they are questions that are within our jurisdiction. Secondly, I just want you to recognize that this recommendation addresses what should be in a notice of proposed rulemaking, so that nothing in this recommendation is set in stone. These are requests for the commission. These are the kinds of questions that this subcommittee is recommending that the commission ask about in our notice of proposed rulemaking. And we very much appreciate, by the way, that you've helped us flag what the issues are, and are hoping that our commission will agree that these are appropriate questions. So with that said, I don't think, in other words, I guess what I'm trying to say is we don't need to decide these issues today. These are just questions for consideration, and you will all have the opportunity to provide comment, which we hope you will do once we release the notice.
This is Susan again. And any questions specifically about this recommendation? Are we ready to go for a vote? Any questions? Any questions? Good. Okay. When you go around to vote, please say your name, the organization you're representing, and your vote. And so we will start to my right. I think that's Ian, isn't it?
Ian Dillner, Verizon. Aye.
Paul Michaelis, Avaya, yes.
Mohammed Yusuf, Department of Transportation, yes.
Jamie Taylor, Deaf Blind Citizens in Action, yes.
Lee Knife, Digital Media Association, yes.
I'm not a voting member.
Marsha Brooks, Perkins School for the Blind, yes.
Mark Reichert, American Foundation for the Blind, yes.
Matt Gerst, CTIA, yes.
Sabrina Fields, Telecommunications Equipment Distribution Program Association, yes.
Lisa Ekman, American Association of People with Disabilities, yes.
Al Sonnenstrahl, Deaf Seniors of America, aye. Christian Vogler, Gallaudet University, votes yes. Zainab Akebsi from the National Association of the Deaf and chair of this subcommittee, so obviously I am in favor, aye. Richard Ray with the City of Los Angeles Department on Disability, and I am in favor.
Tony Dunn with West, aye. Helena Mitchell, Georgia Tech Wireless Rehabilitation Engineering Research Center, yes.
Jim Cregan, U.S. Access Board, abstain.
Jim Tobias, Inclusive Technologies, yes.
Diane Burstein, National Cable and Telecommunications Association, yes.
One People Consumer, yes.
Lisa Hamlin, Hearing Loss Association of America, votes yes.
Anne Marie Rohali, Telecommunications Industry Association, yes.
Joshua Paila, NAB, yes.
Hannah Thompson, Consumer, yes.
Abe Raffi, The ARC, yes.
Alex Reynolds, Consumer Technology Association, yes.
Tom Litkowski, Comcast, yes.
Rebecca Ledoux, pass.
Brian Unashko, Helen Keller National Center, voting yes. Eddie Martinez with Columbia Lighthouse for the Blind, voting in favor.
Tafa from Association on University Center on Disabilities, yes.
Sam Yale, SSB Bark Group, yes.
Claude Stout, Telecommunications for the Deaf and Hard of Hearing, yes.
And Susan Mazrui, AT&T, yes. So thank you very much, Zainab, and the whole subcommittee working very hard to get to a nice consensus recommendation. I think the vote reflects the agreement and the hard work that you did. So thank you very, very much. Oh, and it passes. Sorry. It passes. Next, we have the report from the Video Programming Subcommittee. That is chaired by Tom Litkowski and Lisa Hamlin. So please take it away.
There we go. Thank you, Susan. So I'm Tom Litkowski with Comcast. We're going to start out the report from the Video Programming Subcommittee, and Lisa will talk about the captioning recommendation, and I'll talk about the video description recommendation. So we have two recommendations coming out that you've seen in advance of this meeting. One dealing with video description, which in July the FCC has the opportunity to consider an increase in the amount of hours of described programming. Currently, the regulation is at 50 hours per calendar quarter of children's or primetime programs. This working group recommendation deals with the types of questions that, should the FCC decide to move forward and issue an NPRM, these are the types of questions that the working group feels should be considered in the rulemaking. Do we need to read the recommendation or questions, or has everybody seen it in advance?
If there's no objections, everyone has had an opportunity to look at the recommendation. Any concerns about moving forward, or do we need to read that in its entirety? Okay, who? Somebody said.
Helen.
Helen?
Tony would request it to be read, please.
Okay. Tom?
Sure. So
Lisa?
I'm going to kick it over to Diane Burstein with NCTA to read the recommendation, if you would, please.
Maybe we should do it right now so people pull it up.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
In case anyone would like to pull it up electronically, the Wi-Fi password is
FCC 21234. FCC 21234.
Okay, I'm happy to read through it from the top if you'd like, and if there are any questions, answer any questions about it. As Tom mentioned, the FCC has the opportunity to review the amount of hours of video described programming come July, so these were all questions designed to, if the FCC were to adopt a notice of proposed rulemaking, to address issues that might be raised in that. So I'll skip through the whereas clauses, but we recommend that the FCC, we being the Video Description Working Group, recommend that the FCC consider the following issues if it were to issue a rulemaking. First, what is the extent of current consumer use of video described programming required under the existing rules? Are there any studies or metrics on such use? Next, would an increase in the number of mandated hours of video described programming introduce any technical or operational problems? Third, what are the financial, operational, and/or opportunity costs of providing additional video described programming? How should they be measured and quantified? Fourth, since the CVAA instructs the FCC to weigh the cost of additional video described programming against the benefits of and needs for such programming, how should the FCC measure the benefits and assess the needs? Fifth, if the FCC were to increase the number of required hours of video described programming, should its rules take into account program schedules that contain less than the required number of hours of primetime or children's programming that could be video described? For example, NCTA previously urged the FCC to modify its rules to provide flexibility to networks that may air a significant amount of live primetime programming in a given quarter that would be inappropriate for video description. Next, if the FCC were to modify its rules to take into account quarters in which a covered network airs less than the required number of hours of primetime or children's programming that could be video described, should an affected network be required to file for a waiver based on its anticipated program schedule, or should any revised rule avoid the need for FCC pre-approval by allowing the network to make a showing in response to a complaint? Next, if the FCC were to increase the required number of hours of video described programming, should programmers be allowed to count toward compliance not only primetime or children's programming, but other categories of programming too? If the FCC were to increase the required number of hours of video described programming, should it relax its rules on counting repeat programming? And finally, does the FCC have authority to require the provision of video description and programming previously described for television that may be distributed on a different platform, such as online? Are there technical issues related to providing video description online or on other nonlinear television platforms? Those are the questions that we recommend the FCC ask if it were to launch an NPRM. And if you have any questions, I'm happy to discuss it.
Any questions? Any questions?
We do not see any questions.
Okay. I think formally I have to ask 3 times. Any questions? Okay. Then let's go ahead for the vote, and we'll go ahead and start again with Verizon and Ian.
Ian Dillner, Verizon, support.
Paul Michaelis, Avaya, supports.
Larry Goldberg, Yahoo, supports.
Mohammed Yusuf, USDOT, supports.
Jamie Taylor, Deafblind Citizens in Action, supports.
Lee Knife, Digital Media Association, supports.
Marsha Brooks, Perkins School for the Blind, yes.
Mark Reichert, American Foundation for the Blind, yes.
Matt Gerst with CTIA, yes.
Brenda Kelly Fry with NASRA, yes.
Sabrina Fields, TEDPA, yes.
Lisa Ekman, AAPD, yes.
Al Sonnenstrahl, Deaf Seniors of America, yes. Christian Vogler, Gallaudet University, yes. Zainab Al-Kebsi, National Association of the Deaf, yes. Richard Ray, City of LA, Department on Disability, yes.
Tony Dunn, West Safety Services, yes.
Helena Mitchell, Georgia Tech, yes.
Jim Cregan, U.S. Access Board, abstain.
Jim Tobias, Inclusive Technologies, yes.
Diane Burstein and CTA, yes.
Juan Pipla, Consumer, yes.
Lisa Hamlin, Hearing Loss Association of America, yes.
Anne Marie Rohali, Telecommunication Industry Association, yes.
Joshua Paila, NAB, yes.
Hannah Thompson, Consumer Representative, supports.
Abe Raffy, the ARC, yes.
Alex Reynolds, Consumer Technology Association, yes.
Tom Lidkowski, Comcast, yes.
Brian from Helen Keller National Center, yes. Eddie Martinez from Columbia Lighthouse for the Blind, yes.
Tafaf from Association on University Center on Disability, yes.
Sam Yale, SSB Bar Group, yes.
Claude Stout, yes.
And Susan Masrui, AT&T, yes. The motion passes. Thank you very much, everybody. Good job. And I believe there's one more recommendation from this subcommittee.
Yes, Susan, this is Tom. But before we do that, I just wanted to let folks know that the 2 co-chairs now of the Video Description Working Group moving forward will be Joshua Paila and Brian Charlson. Brian is a new alternate representing the American Council of the Blind. And so we'll have future meetings co-chaired by those 2 individuals. Lisa?
Lisa Hamlin from Hearing Loss Association of America is co-chair of this committee. I want to open it by thanking all the people who worked on the captioning working group and the chair, David Bahar, who is here today. Thank for all your work on putting the resolution together, the recommendation together. Let me just summarize. The captioning working group collaborated to develop a recommendation to encourage interagency collaboration addressing the accessibility of video programming in places of public accommodation, such as hotels, hospitals, airport facilities, aircraft, railroad stations, and trains. These places of public accommodation continue to be one of the great gaps in video programming access. Together, the FCC, Department of Justice, and Department of Transportation can develop an understanding of the accessibility problems of video programming in these places of public accommodation and consensus around solutions to these problems while enhancing the effectiveness of consumer complaints by ensuring that misdirected consumer complaints are redirected to the appropriate agency. Now, that's a summary of the recommendation. Would you like me to read it? That's the question here. Do you want me to read the actual series of recommendations?
Yes, why don't you go ahead?
Okay. So there are also a whole lot of whereases, which I will not read unless you really want me to. We skip that?
I think so. Is that okay with folks? Yes?
Okay. But the recommendations start with, recommended that the FCC convene an interagency workshop with the Department of Justice and the Department of Transportation to develop an understanding of accessibility problems with video programming in hotels, hospitals, airport facilities, aircraft, railroad stations, trains, and other places of public accommodation, and consensus around solutions to these problems. Recommended that the FCC develop a shared understanding with the Department of Justice and Department of Transportation of the jurisdictional overlap and boundaries between the FCC, DOJ, DOT for these problems. Recommended that the FCC develop protocols with DOJ and DOT to redirect misdirected consumer complaints about those problems to the appropriate agency with a minimum of consumer involvement. Recommended that the FCC discuss with DOJ and DOT the procedural and jurisdictional parameters of taking enforcement action if future consumer complaints cannot be resolved through other means. Recommended that the FCC undertake educational and outreach efforts with DOJ and DOT to inform consumers of information regarding video programming in hotels, hospitals, airport facilities, aircraft, and other places of public accommodation, and avenues for quickly resolving problems. Recommended that the FCC update the committee on these efforts within 1 year. And that's the resolution. I'll turn it over to the chair.
Any questions? Any questions? Yes, go for it. Mark?
Thank you. Mark Reichert, American Foundation for the Blind. Not so much a question, but just a comment. I've said this to some folks personally. Want to acknowledge publicly that the Blindness Vision Impairment Groups very much appreciate the extension of this resolution and recommendations to deal with video description, audio description, as well as captioning. I know the initial drafts were captioning specific, and we requested that it be extended. Had a very warm reception, as you might imagine we would, and so that's very much appreciated. So looking forward to as this resolution, provided we all approve it, as it gets implemented, that both captioning and description are addressed fully and robustly in any activities undertaken. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Any other questions? Any questions? Oh.
Sonny. This is Al. Al Sonnenstrahl with a question. Can I get the camera on me, please? I'm waving my hands. Thank you. Al Sonnenstrahl of DSA, Deaf Seniors of America. I want to applaud the efforts that this group has put forth regarding captioning and video description. I'm actually wondering about Braille display for our deaf-blind community members. I believe with technology as it is today, it is very possible to convert text, captioning in other words, to a Braille display. Is there any effort underway to include telebraille within this system? And that's a question for the committee.
Tom, Lisa?
This is Lisa. We did not discuss that specifically. I think what this goes to more is if there is a question of accessibility, where does somebody go? So if somebody does go to a rail station who is deafblind and needs Braille, they would presumably be able to figure out who to file a complaint with if this is accepted. Again, one of the things that started is I got a complaint personally where somebody went to a hotel and they got a hotel system for video and it wasn't captioned. She went to Department of Justice and Department of Justice said, gee, I don't think it's ours. So I suggested that she go to the FCC, and I have not heard back from her on what happened. And the thing is, people don't know, and we suspect also that the federal employees may not also know whether it applies. So that's one of the motivation factors for having this set up so that everybody is talking to each other and trying to educate each other and the community where to go when you have a complaint.
Any other responses or questions? Any questions? Good. No questions?
We see no questions.
Okay. Then we'll go for the vote again. We'll start again with Ian.
I'll just go ahead. This is Ian Dillner with Verizon, voting yes.
Paul Michaelis with Avaya, voting yes.
Larry Goldberg, Yahoo, yes.
Mohammed Yusuf, USDOT, yes.
Jamie Taylor, Deafblind Citizens in Action, yes.
Lee Knife, the Digital Media Association, yes.
Marsha Brooks, Perkins School for the Blind, yes.
Mark Reichert, American Foundation for the Blind, yes.
Matt Gerst with the CTIA, yes.
Brenda Kelly Fry, NASRA, yes.
Sabrina Fields, TEDPA, yes.
Lisa Ekman, American Association of People with Disabilities, yes.
Al Sonnenstrahl, yes. Christian Vogler, Gallaudet University, yes. Zainab Al-Kebsi, National Association of the Deaf, yes. Richard Ray, City of Los Angeles, Department on Disability, yes.
Tony Dunn, West Safety Services, yes.
Helena Mitchell, Georgia Tech, yes.
Tim Cregan, U.S. Access Board, abstain.
Jim Tobias, Inclusive Technologies, yes.
Diane Burstein, NCTA, yes.
Juan Pipla, Consumer, yes.
Lisa Hamlin, Hearing Loss Association of America, yes.
Anne Marie Rohali, Telecommunication Industry Association, yes.
Joshua Pila, NAB, yes.
Hannah Thompson, Consumer Representative, supports.
Abe Raffy, the ARC, yes.
Alex Earls, Consumer Technology Association, yes.
Tom Lidkowski, Comcast, yes.
This is Brian from Helen Keller National Center, yes. Eddie from Columbia Lighthouse for the Blind, yes.
TAFA, Association for University Center on Disability, yes.
Sam Yale, SSB Park Group, yes.
Hi, this is Claude Stout with TDI, yes.
Susan Mazrui, AT&T, yes. The recommendation passes. Thank you all for the very hard work in getting to this consensus on 2 recommendations. Thank you very much. We
We have about 40 minutes left before our lunch break, and it's not often that we're ahead of schedule. Susie brought up a wonderful question. We have already recognized the members who are sitting at the table, but it is also important that we recognize those others who have worked on these different subcommittees and working groups. I see a number of people sitting outside the table, and I would like to ask everyone who was involved with either a working group or a subcommittee to please stand and please give us your name and who you're affiliated with and which subcommittee or working group you were involved with. And thank you very much. If you would please stand and identify yourselves. Oh, yes, and if you could please come up to the microphone so that we can hear you.
Good morning or good afternoon, I should say. My name is Angie Officer, and I'm one of the co-chairs for the Relay EDP Subcommittee, working with Marcia Brooks, sitting at the table. Hello to everybody, glad to be here.
The interpreters missed my name. My name is Dillard. Deltz. I am with the Emergency Committee and video description as well.
Thank you.
Frank Lucia with Georgia Tech and on the Emergency Communications Subcommittee.
You're not on mic. Can you repeat it and come closer to the mic?
Oh, it didn't go out? Okay. Frank Lucia with Georgia Tech on the Emergency Communications Subcommittee.
This discriminates against short people. I'm Pam Holmes from Ultratech Capital. I'm serving on the Relay Equipment Subcommittee and the Technology Transition Subcommittee, and I chair one of the subcommittees.
Hi, I'm David Bahar, and I am working on behalf of the Video Programming Subcommittee and the Relay Subcommittee on Technology Transition Committee. I am facilitating the Relay Tech Work Group and the Captioning Work Group.
Hi, I'm Adam Finkel with the National Court Reporters Association. I'm on the Video Programming Subcommittee and the Tech Transitions Subcommittee.
I'm Michael Maddox with Sorensen Communications, and I'm involved with the Relay Subcommittee or Committee, and also helping with the emergency one as well.
Good morning. I'm Dixie Ziegler with Hamilton Relay. I am working in the Relay Equipment Committee and chair a working group working on quality standards inside that committee.
Hi, I'm Julianne Schaefer. I am representing Registry of Interpreters for the Deaf, and I've been working on the Relay and Equipment Distribution Subcommittee. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Is there anyone else in the back? If not, I would like to recognize Rebecca Ledoux. Rebecca?
Hello. This is Rebecca Ledoux with Speech Communication Assistance by Telephone, Inc., and I'm on the Emergency Communications Committee as well as the Relay Distribution Subcommittee.
All right. Greg just let me know they have several members who I think joined us later in the morning and did not have a chance to introduce themselves. Brenda Kelly Fry, I believe you're one of them.
You're right, Claude. I just love driving in Washington, D.C. in the rain. First of all, I'm Brenda Kelly Fry. I'm the director of Maryland Relay, but I also am here representing the National Association of State Relay Administration. And I would like to thank Elaine for intentionally moving this meeting to February and not March 17th. Thank you very much.
All right. Oh, yes, there's one other, I believe.
Hi, I'm Lisa Ekman. I'm a policy consultant with the American Association of People with Disabilities, focusing on technology and community integration and independent living for people with disabilities.
And I'm Sabrina Fields with Telecommunications Equipment Distribution Program Association. This whole corner had some issues this morning.
All right, thank you all. Hannah, I believe you did not have an opportunity to introduce yourself as well.
I parked down at Lafon. And smelled grease.
Those wonderful accessible taxis were in short supply this morning. I am Hannah Thompson, and I am a consumer.
Thank you. Thank you, Hannah. Thanks to everyone in the back who were willing to introduce yourselves, and also to the members of the committee. Thank you. Before we move forward, I would like to take one piece from the afternoon agenda to move it forward to the morning. Susan Mazrui and Mark Reichert would like to give the Communications Subcommittee report at this time.
Mark, do you want me to start? Okay, the Communications Subcommittee has been working on the area of health information technology. There is a challenge in this area because The FCC has expertise, the FDA has expertise, and other agencies do as well. The Access Board, for example, works on standards. And so we met with folks who are the FCC representatives on the Connect to Health task force. And this is a task force that's comprised of representatives from different agencies who are all working on health IT. There is an MOU between the FCC and the FDA to look at the safety and availability of health information technology. But after speaking with the representatives from the FCC, it sounds as though they're very welcoming of learning more about accessibility and the particular needs of people with disabilities and those who are aging. And so we will have a follow-up meeting within the subcommittee. We do not have a recommendation at this time, and at the next meeting we'll determine our path forward on this particular issue. Mark, anything to add?
Mark Reichert, American Foundation for the Blind. The short answer is no. I do think that our discussions with staff, Rosaline Crawford, was very kind to help assemble, I think, a very informative discussion. So appreciative of her efforts in making this happen. Along with others who were in attendance on that call, I think we raised a few eyebrows among us to hear that I think there wasn't as urgent a sense or perhaps an awareness of the limitations or the barriers that exist in some of the mobile app and related sort of self-care technologies. And I suppose that's to be expected because HIT is an enormous area. We've talked about this at some length at these full DAC meetings in the past in terms of our interest in the subcommittee and trying to work on this. Really appreciate sort of the structure and the approach that folks took in the video programming committee in terms of what an interagency activity might look like. Perhaps when we meet again at our next meeting, we will have something that will not look dissimilar to that in terms of structure by way of sort of bringing various parties together to hopefully raise awareness of the challenges. Thanks.
And this gives us a logical opportunity also to thank all the members of the FCC, all the staff who've put in tireless hours, to thank Elaine and all the subcommittee representatives, Greg, Karen, everybody who's been working so hard, and Susie and Rosaline to make sure that these meetings come off, but all the hard work that go on with the subcommittees and the accessibility of those subcommittees and the sharing of information. So we do appreciate all the folks not just engaged in this meeting, which is also another, I'm sure, joy to put together. We really thank you for your hard work, and without that, I don't believe the subcommittees would be able to be as effective as they have been. So thank you very much.
Would you mind if I made a comment, Susan? This is Greg speaking. Thank you. This is a great time to recognize the individuals who are here. Cheryl King, who has been facilitating the Relay and Equipment Distribution Subcommittee. If you could please stand. Also, Elliot Greenwald, who is the Deputy Chief of the Disability Rights Office. If you could please stand. Susan Kimmel, who is the Deputy Chief also of DRO, if you could stand. And there are several others. I think I see Gail Teicher back in the back. If you could please stand up. Anyone affiliated with DRO and who's worked with us over the years with different projects know her. So thank you. And please acknowledge these individuals.
Yes. Hi, this is Elaine Gardner. Hi. Yes, we have, as was mentioned before, Verizon has kindly provided lunch for the DAC members and subcommittee members and their assistants and the people who have accompanied them. I want to also take this opportunity to thank those who have helped us so much in getting this meeting together, getting the lunch laid out and everything. Carl Simmons, Rod Flowers, and Deandra from the FCC, Cheryl King, everybody who's helped out, and I'm probably, well, I'm sure I'm missing others, but I want to thank everybody, Robert McConnell?
Yes.
Everybody who's worked on this. Thank you so much. Yeah, lunch is ready. It's down the hall, directly to your east, if you yeah. But there will be FCC staff to lead you there if you're compass challenged, and we will be back at 12:30. And so we're a little bit ahead of schedule. Maybe that means our subcommittee meetings can start a little early as well. Thank you all so much. Have a wonderful lunch.
We'd like to call the meeting. Is everyone ready? Please resume your seats. We'll give you 5 minutes to come back to the table. All right, everyone. Is everyone ready to begin again? It is now 12:40 p.m., and we'd like to again convene the meeting. First of all, we are running a bit ahead of schedule. We will therefore take a little bit of a break before the public comment period. And that will give everyone a chance to get a drink and take a rest, etc. We also want to make sure that you, whenever you are ready to speak, please raise your hand, and also please state your name before you either make your comment or make a statement or ask a question. So again, please raise your hand so that the camera can focus on you, state your name, and then make your comment or state your question. Thank you. We have one person who has not yet introduced themselves. Is Tony here? Tony Stevens with ACB? I believe he has not yet introduced himself. Okay, if not, then I guess we will move on. Then we will move to the report from the next subcommittee, which is the Relay Equipment Distribution Subcommittee. This is a group led by Marcia Brooks and Angie Officer, who will now present their report. Angie, I believe you're on deck? No, it's Marcia. All right, Marcia, go ahead.
This is Marcia Brooks. First, I'd like to thank the Commission for this choice spot on the agenda. I'm not standing in the way of anybody's lunch, and you're not too tired from your lunch yet, hopefully. So I think this is a great time to be speaking with you. Thank you very much. On behalf of Angie Officer and I, we're co-chairs for the Relay and EDP Subcommittee. First, we'd really like to thank the Relay and EDP subcommittee members for their hard work, especially in the last couple of months with conference calls, votes, meetings, reviewing drafts to ensure that we're on target with several important items. So Angie and I would like to provide a recommendation, and we'll also give you an update on what the group has been working on otherwise. So the recommendation is regarding the compatibility of the Commission's Accessible Communications for Everyone, the ACE platform, with Next Generation 911 services. So direct access to 911 was available to the deaf and hard of hearing community following the enactment of the Americans with Disability Act in 1990 and the placement of TTY devices in 911 call centers nationwide. Since that time, direct access to 911 from wireline TTYs for the deaf and hard of hearing, it's gradually declining with the advent of more technologically advanced options that provide direct access to 911 for people who are deaf and hard of hearing. To ensure that direct video communications becomes a viable option for direct access to 911 for the deaf and hard of hearing, we recommend that the Commission take steps to prove that the Accessible Communications for Everyone Access Point platform, this is abbreviated as the ACE app, a set of open source standards-based applications usable on today's most common mobile and desktop operating systems. ACE app can provide direct video access to 911 in a reliable and compatible manner by collaborating with the National Emergency Number Association, abbreviated as NENA, and the vendor building the ACE app to ensure that the ACE app interoperates with Next Generation 911, specifically NENA's i3 solution, which supports end-to-end Internet Protocol connectivity. That is the summary of our recommendations. The majority of them are the whereases, and I think I've just summarized the recommendations. I'd also like to just give you an update on what the subcommittee is working on. And then I'm sure we'll have opportunity for questions. So, as you all know, we currently have 3 working groups under the Relay and EDP subcommittee. The Quality of Service working group currently has 2 working groups called the IPCTS and the Video Relay Service, VRS. For the IPCTS working group, Dixie Ziegler is leading the IPTS working group. They're currently working on 6 key areas to address quality issues inside of IPCTS. Those 6 areas are accuracy, verbatim, speed, delay, audio quality, and 10-minute rule before changing CAs. They'd like to clarify that this should not start until a CA is fully understanding the person they are captioning. Their plan is to draft definitions for the above for these quality areas. They've been discussing this in length. They're ready to put things down on paper. And then we'll share that work within the working group, and then once we have consensus, and we all agree, we'll then share with MITRE to gain any information they have regarding these standards. With this information, we then hope to begin formulating recommendations with the end goal of formulating recommendations to share with our subcommittee, the Relay EDP, and then the full DAC. The VRS working group is led by Lydia Runnels. The VRS Quality of Service working group, they're focused on E911 training for VRS CAs. The plan is to proceed on making recommendations on 911 training for interpreters to ensure they are able to handle 911 calls and follow standard protocol, including training on support for interpreters after handling a 911 call. Lydia has reached out to the NENA Accessibility Committee, represented by Richard Ray and Donna Platt. Lydia is working on setting up a date for the working group to meet with them. And in addition, they plan to collaborate with the Equipment Availability and Training Working Group, which is focused on assisting other groups and consulting on training issues. James Forstall and Pam Holmes are leading the Equipment Availability and Training Working Group. And finally, the Technology Working Group led by David Bahar and Jim Tobias, they were instrumental in writing the recommendation regarding the compatibility of the Commission's ACE platform with Next Generation 911 services. Special thanks to David and Jim. and their working group members for their hard work with these recommendations. I also want to say, on behalf of the Relay EDP, we've been very grateful to have the opportunity to exchange input with the Emergency Communications Subcommittee with their N11 documentation, and they in turn have provided the Relay EDP with input for our recommendations for the ACE platform with next generation N11 services. This has been a very meaningful opportunity for us to model collaboration, and we're very grateful for that opportunity. So that's our summary report with the activities as well as the recommendation. Angie and I really appreciate everybody's continued support. We're always available for questions or concerns, and I'll yield back to the chair.
Okay, Karen, you have a comment.
This is really, really helpful, Marcia. This is Karen. Can you repeat for us, or for me, the 6 categories of IPCTS quality matters that you're going to be looking at? I got accuracy, speed, verbatim. What were the others?
Delay. This is Marcia speaking. Delay, audio quality, and the 10-minute rule before changing CAs. To clarify that should not start until a CA is fully understanding the person they are captioning.
And this is Karen again. Am I correct in saying that you were looking at this for IPCTS, or are you looking at it for all forms of relay?
That's what the IPCTS working group is focusing on.
Okay. And with respect to the qualifications or training for CAs, with respect to 911 calls, has thought been given to recommendations for CA quality, especially video interpreter quality? We've been getting a lot of complaints at the Commission that say that the quality of sign language interpreting is diminishing. And we'd like to find out more about that, both why it's occurring. We do not believe it's because of declining rates. We believe that there are sufficient funds, and how it can be remedied, and what's causing the degradation. Is it longer shifts? Is it tighter shifts? What kind of recommendations can you offer us that could even potentially become rules governing the manner in which sign language interpreters are providing video interpreting on VRS calls?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This is Greg. This is Claude speaking. Karen, are you done? All right. Yes. Then let's move over to Greg. This is Greg speaking. I would like to clarify one point. Complaints about the quality of VRS interpreting services. Although we have received the comments from user groups, they have not actually been filed as complaints with the FCC. So it's reasonable to believe that many of the consumers out there have basically given up on filing complaints. So things are actually perhaps qualified as unreportable regarding interpreter quality.
This is Ron Beacon. Karen, that might have been a typo up there.
Yeah, it is a typo.
This is Ron Beacon. Karen, that might have been a typo up there. And I've never thought of this before. And I'm on the committee that would look into this. Did you specifically just suggest that a CA handling a 911 call may have different qualifications in order to be able to handle that call?
I was responding to the subcommittee's plan to explore what kind of training CAs may need to handle 911 calls. That doesn't necessarily mean that they would be different CAs, however, they could be potentially. We've also explored, not in any regulatory proceeding per se, although I think we may have mentioned it in the June 2013 proceeding, having a distinct mechanism for handling video relay calls to 911. I mean, that's also been explored. I know that it was explored, for example, by our Emergency Access Advisory Committee.
This is Claude.
Dr. Christian Vogler.
This is Christian speaking. Thank you. I do have a question having to do with IPCTS. You said you plan to make certain recommendations on exploring those 6 areas, 6 specific criteria. My question has to do with the accuracy criteria and the delay criterion, as well as audio quality. How do you propose to research those 3 topics? To me, it seems that some of the research would be quite challenging to get at that, and I'm just wondering do you plan to review all the current literature that has already been published, or are you actually planning to make a recommendation for an additional study to be undertaken? Or perhaps some other method I haven't thought of. How will you get at those specific numbers? For example, the basis of the research that we've done, we've surveyed the consumer groups who use IPCTS, and we know that there are trade-offs between lag and accuracy. So you have to balance your 2 competing desires. If there's too much of a lag, it doesn't really matter if it's accurate or not. On the other hand, the reverse is also true. If the accuracy isn't there, it doesn't actually matter if there's no lag at all. So I wonder if you could elaborate a little bit on how you plan to address those particular criteria that you brought forward.
Go ahead, Marcia.
Could I have Dixie address that question? This is Marcia. Could I have Dixie address that question?
Should I go over there?
Okay.
Hi, Dixie Ziegler here and chairing this working group. Great question, Christian. So our plan was to work to come to some consensus on the definition of the terms that you just referred to. And with that information, then we were looking to use MITRE and, quite truthfully, yourself as potential resources to help us do exactly what you're talking about. We completely agree that there is a need and a gap for some research and to try to work together to find out what those standards should be. We recognize we're on the cusp of the very hard work that needs to happen inside this particular group. One of the things that we've also addressed, and Lisa Hamlin's been just a very good champion of this concept, is do we need to think about the trade-offs that you just mentioned, Christian, as far as does one customer recognize that speed's more important than accuracy? Does another customer desire higher accuracy over speed? How do we meet those individual needs? And so we are trying to think a little bit out of the box as well as we approach this work. So I appreciate you asking the question, because we will be looking to those with expertise inside this group to help us identify other potential relationships and individuals that we can pull into the group to help us identify those targets.
Now, first Christian.
This is Christian speaking. I do want to let you know that we do have some ideas on how to go about answering those questions that you've raised, but the challenge is who is going to pay for the work that is required to be done to get there.
That's a good point. We'll have to talk more about that, Christian. And I lack visibility and knowledge into what that means and where those costs are. But I certainly want to try to understand that better as we try to tackle these issues too.
Richard, you're next.
And this is Richard. Good afternoon. Richard Ray speaking from the City of Los Angeles Department on Disabilities. I'd like to go back to an earlier topic that Karen raised regarding the issues related to interpreter and the interaction with interpreters in terms of 911 centers and how that happens. I do want to let you all know that our National Emergency Numbering Association, NENA, has an accessibility committee, and that committee has developed a document called the VRS IP Relay Service, PSAP, which is Public Safety Answering Point, interactions. That document was developed in conjunction with Stephanie Udall, Julianne Schaefer from RID, and other committee members. And they spent many years on that project. And that document has some information that you should feel free to glean from and include in your report. They talk about specifically some of the different issues that we have identified and sort of how to improve that interaction, including recommendations and so forth. So I would be very happy to share that with you, with Marcia perhaps, with the committee.
Thank you.
Okay. I think we can handle a few more questions, and then we will go back to the report. The fact that they have already made recommendations, I feel that we should probably focus primarily on the recommendations, but I will allow a few more comments and questions. So, Sunny?
Al Sonnenstrahl speaking. When you talked about the 10-minute rule, I think that is often misinterpreted. And I was the victim of that rule more than once, so I'm glad that you've brought it out to clarify it. I want to make sure that you've got to make sure that you have enough time to register whether or not you're a good fit for the interpreter. And there are several of us who are consumers here, and I'll want to talk about how this sort of started. Back in the day of TTY Relay Service, there was a company involved, and they had a very strong union. And they had a 10-minute break every hour. So when you would be on a TTY call, that CA would say, oh, I'm breaking, switching, I have a break now, so I'm going to switch to another person. And you could have one phone call with one person actually go through several different CAs as a result of them having a break. That was sort of where part of that is coming from. So then VRS came onto the scene, and they would say they can't change, they can't switch to another interpreter because of that 10-minute rule, even if I as a consumer say that we're not a good fit. So I want to make sure that this rule is interpreted in a way that doesn't hinder communication.
Do we have any other questions or comment for Marcia and her group? If not, I think we should now focus. Okay, Karen, yes, please go ahead.
Just one quick question. Marcia, what's your timeline for developing your recommendations on the IPCTS recommendations?
This is Marcia. I would yield to Dixie on that.
We're struggling a little bit. We had hoped to be ready by the next meeting, but after listening to Christian and the absence of maybe some research that might still need to be performed, I'm a little less optimistic than maybe what I was when I walked in this morning. But we are trying to turn around something, I would hope, if it's not the next meeting, the meeting thereafter. And like I said, it'll really probably depend more so on what information we can glean and pull together and how quickly we can do that.
So I guess this is Karen again. My question is whether there is a way for you to share with us, because I don't think we have a document that lists what your goals are. And
okay.
If we do have, Gail Teicher is sitting over there, and she's helping to coordinate or be the liaison with MITRE. So we do potentially have an entity to conduct some of that research. Of course, you know that we already have a council that's also providing guidance, but to the extent that you can maybe get your suggestions to that council.
Okay. The council that's under MITRE, that center of that core of expertise or center of expertise. Okay.
So
yes.
We can at least, if they do have sufficient funding, they can perhaps proceed. They've already been doing some of this research, as you know.
Yes.
But if there are areas that they didn't cover, it may be worth trying to pursue this in the next few months.
So then maybe the strategy needs to be to work at least on the definitions, get on the
Exactly.
same page with that, produce that document, and then share it out with the parties that need to look at the research.
Right, and Christian, so you're on the MITRE Council, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So you can talk to Christian and find out what MITRE has done, where the gaps are, and perhaps coordinate on this.
We will do that, and we'll put that higher to the start of our list of things to do rather than maybe second. We'll
That
do
would
that
be very
first.
helpful.
I
Thank you.
appreciate the
Okay.
feedback on that. Thank
Sure.
you.
All right. Karen, are you done? Okay, good. Thank you, Karen. I'll wait until Marcia takes her seat again. It's sort of like musical chairs. Now, let's go back to Marcia's proposal. Her group has made recommendations for the full DAC to take action on this afternoon. Do any of you have any questions about her recommendation relative to the ACE app for emergency communications? Are there any questions or comments for Marcia and her group? Seeing none, I think we will proceed with the vote. So I will start with my right, to start with Susan Mazrui.
Sorry, Susan Mazrui, AT&T, yes.
Ian Dillner, Verizon, yes.
Paul Michaelis, Avaya, yes.
Larry Goldberg, Yahoo, yes.
Jamie Taylor, Deafblind Citizens in Action, yes.
Lee Knife, Digital Media Association, yes.
Marcia Brooks, Perkins School for the Blind, yes.
Mark Reichert, American Foundation for the Blind, yes.
Matt Gerst with CTIA, yes.
Brenda Kelly Fry with NASRA, yes.
Sabrina Fields with TEDPA, yes.
Lisa Ekman with the American Association of People with Disabilities, yes.
DSA says yes. Christian Vogler, Gallaudet University, yes. Zainab Al-Kebsi, NAD, yes. Richard Ray, City of Los Angeles, Department of Disabilities, of course, yes.
Tony Dunn, West Ivy Services, says yes.
Helena Mitchell, Georgia Tech, yes.
Tim Cregan, U.S. Access Board, abstain.
Diane Burstein, CTA, yes.
One People Consumer, yes.
Lisa Hamlin, Hearing Loss Association of America, votes in favor.
Anne Marie Rohali, Telecommunication Industry Association, yes.
Joshua Paila, NAB, yes.
Hannah Thompson, Consumer Representative, yes.
Alex Arnold's Consumer Technology Association, yes.
Tom Ludkowski, Comcast, yes.
Brian Unashko, HKNC, yes. Eddie Martinez, Columbia Lighthouse for the Blind, in favor.
Tafal, Association of University Center on Disability, yes.
Sam Yale, SSB Bar Group, yes.
Claude Stout, Telecommunications for the Deaf, yes. Obviously, the ayes have it. The motion passes. Congratulations to the Relay and Equipment Distribution Group. Thank you for your hard work and your good work. We will now move to the next subcommittee. The last, but certainly not the least, we have the Emergency Communications Subcommittee. Richard Ray and Tony Dunn will be giving their report.
Yes. Good afternoon. Richard Ray. Good afternoon. I am here with my co-chair, Tony Dunn. I am Richard Ray. We had a wonderful subcommittee group, Emergency Communications. I did not expect that I would dive into this work so heavily. A lot more work has to be done, I'll tell you, but it was a great group that we have. There are basically 3 areas I'd like to cover. TRS and N11 services and their accessibility, and I'll expand upon that a little bit later. EAS, and then WEAS. Emergency alert system is EAS, and then wireless emergency alert system is WEAS. When I talk about WEA, I will let Tony take the lead on that part of the discussion, and Helena Mitchell and Frank will also talk very briefly about a study that will be done at Georgia Tech. So I'm not going to cover that part of it. I will let them do it when the time comes. And then we have some recommendations to present to the full DAC. In accordance with the Emergency Communications Subcommittee and N11 services first, and their accessibility. Since deaf and hard of hearing individuals cannot communicate telephonically, alternative modes of emerging telecommunication technology have been developed over time. With the rapid evolution of technology, the communication choices for persons with disabilities are also changing. The expansion of services such as captioned telephone services, internet protocol relay services, speech-to-speech relay services, as well as video relay services, and devices, including personal computers, laptops, mobile phones, and tablets, offer more possibilities that are in line with mainstream communications. For this reason, it was deemed important to address accessibility issues pertaining to 3-digit abbreviated dialing telephone numbers known as N11 services. Now, for this particular report, I'm going to focus on the communications relay services in particular, and not the other communication modalities. Within this report, we have separated them out. So I just wanted to make that clear for this report. In 1992, the FCC adopted rules that require phone companies to provide 3-digit abbreviated dialing telephone numbers, N11, and administers code assignments such as 211 for community health and disaster information that is available 24/7, 311 for non-emergency police or other city government services, and 511 for traffic information, including travel conditions, within the North American Numbering Plan, NANP. Now, within the NANP, N11 numbers provide the general public easy-to-use telephone numbers for contacting non-emergency and emergency local or regional services. State and local government emergency management agencies are the focal point for coordination of emergency planning, response, and recovery efforts before and during major disasters such as fires, floods, earthquakes, hurricanes, tornadoes, evacuations, pandemics, spectator events, and other natural and man-made disasters. These agencies provide emergency management programs to respond to, recover from, and mitigate the impact of natural, man-made, or technological disasters. Additionally, they serve as the liaison with municipalities, states, and federal agencies, as well as the private sector. When a natural disaster or emergency strikes, state and local governments communicate that they are open for business and available to serve citizens through collaboration with 211, 311, and 511 through various municipal service agencies. These agencies play a frontline role in giving citizens the information they need before, during, and after an emergency. However, these services are not readily available to people who are deaf, deafblind, hard of hearing, or have a speech disability. Telecommunication relay services may not support ways to effectively reach non-emergency local or regional N11 services utilizing the simple 3-digit short code telephone numbers. The current issue is the inability of third-party telecommunications relay service to reach any N11 service utilizing the 3-digit short code numbers due to the local nature of these services. For example, the relay service center may be located outside of the service proximity of the caller and would not be able to process the call into the caller's local 311 center to bridge the communication between municipal residents who are deaf and hard of hearing, utilizing relay services, and customer service representatives. Currently, there is no national database that exists that telecommunications relay service, video relay service, or IP relay service can reference that contains nationally reachable 10-digit numbers for local N11 services in the United States. While some relay providers have developed internal methods for their own use, in the absence of a national directory, it is often required that the relay user know in advance the proper 10-digit number of the service they require. Most often, these numbers are not easy to obtain or remember, creating an environment that is far from being functionally equivalent. Given the importance of N11 services, this subcommittee, the Emergency Communications Committee, will further evaluate and report on the ability and feasibility of these services to support direct access to non-emergency N11 services and recommends the following on relay services and N11. Now I'm going to read the recommendations, eliminating the whereas part. The ability to call N11 numbers has been made available to the general public as a means to provide easy-to-remember numbers for contacting non-emergency and emergency services. N11 services are 3-digit abbreviated dialing telephone numbers within the North American Numbering Plan, NANP, that provide access to local or regional non-emergency and emergency services. The Federal Communications Commission administers N11 code assignments. Usage is generally assigned as follows: 211, Community Health and Disaster Information; 311, Non-Emergency, Police, and Other Government City Services; 411, unassigned, but many carriers use it for directory assistance; 511, Traffic Information, all modes including travel conditions, and public transit; 611, telephone company customer service and repair, but used by many communication carriers, fixed and mobile, for customer care. 711, telecommunications relay services. 811, call before you dig, so you don't cut any lines if you're digging, and 911, emergency services. Accessing non-emergency N11 services that provide important public safety information can prove to be challenging for people who are deaf, deafblind, hard of hearing, or have speech disabilities through telecommunications relay services, video relay service, or IP relay service, collectively telecommunications relay services. Persons who use telecommunications relay services may be unable to reach their local N11 services when a relay service call center is located outside of the service proximity area of the caller. Therefore, the communication assistants may be unable to process the call into the caller's local N11 call center. We recommend that the FCC institute an inquiry or rulemaking proceeding to ensure that those people who use telecommunications relay services can contact their local or regional N11 services. And that is our report.
Did you want to add anything, Tony?
This is Tony. My additional comments were going to be related to the WIA NPRM that was published, and I just wanted to let everyone know that our committee is still working on developing some additional comments following those that were received by the FCC on the NPRM. So we are still in the process of working on that document and expect to have that at the next meeting.
And that's...
if I could, this is Richard. Dr. Helena Mitchell will share her report on the studies that are going to be performed on WEA. But before we do that...
Oh, you want to take the vote? We want to have discussion first?
Well, first again, I want to thank everybody in the Relay Service Committee, including us in the process in gaining feedback. Kudos to you all. That was wonderful. It was great teamwork we had in working with them. And then in our committee, it was just a fantastic way we brainstormed, and we feel there's a lot more work to go on the other communications modalities, but we needed to focus on TRS first. So with that, I'll open it.
All right, Dr. Mitchell, if you wanted to make your comments.
First we're going to talk. Did you have a vote? Okay.
Sorry.
I would like for them to...
We would like them to finish their report, please. Please continue.
Yeah.
If you could
Okay,
talk about the study.
Sure. So this is Helena Mitchell, and I'm with the Rehabilitation Engineering Research Center for Wireless Technologies out of Georgia Tech. I really enjoy being on this committee because there's a lot of high energy, and those of you who work with Richard and the rest of the team, you know that we will always be out there in the front trying to make sure that people are safe. So the report that I'm going to mention, I'm just going to do it really briefly because the actual report, of which I do have a copy and it's been sent to our committee members, is 57 pages. So I don't think you really want me to go into detail on that right now. But the Wireless RERC, for those of you who don't know, it has been funded for 15 years by the National Institute on Disability and Rehabilitation Research, recently renamed and gone to another agency under HHS, which is the National Institute on Disability, Independent Living, and Rehabilitation Research. So they have been a major funding in this whole emergency area of communications for people with disabilities and how we can improve it. At our last meeting that we had of the subcommittee, I brought up another report that Georgia Tech has worked on and just completed that was funded by the Department of Homeland Security Science and Technology Directorate, also with the help of FEMA in the IPAWS office. So this report, when we discussed it at the meeting, it's called Optimizing the Ability of People with Disabilities to Receive WIA Messages. Well, it was hotly debated because one of our findings was that for the surveys that we did and the focus groups that we did based on the prototypes showed that in the pre-testing stages, everybody who had a disability, we had hearing and deaf, we had blind and low vision, and we had deaf-blind groups that we analyzed. They all 100% said that we want the highest level of audio and vibration. But when the actual test was done, this was not the case. So I'm going to read a statement that I had submitted to Richard and Tony that kind of clearly lays it out. So at our October subcommittee meeting, a point of heightened discussion was the findings that although it seemed intuitive that the highest vibration level would get the highest response rate, actual testing found this not to be the case. Also stated in the report that we did, we are stating that further research is necessary to determine why the strongest vibration strength tested did not receive the quickest response time. It's counterintuitive was the fact that for participants who were deaf and low vibration setting had the fastest response time, which we had not expected. So again, for people who were deaf, the low vibration setting had the fastest response time. This contradicts the earlier absolute ratings where the majority of participants who were deaf indicated they preferred the strongest and high vibration setting. While the findings regarding our participants that were deaf seem to defy logic, it is important to note that the Telecommunications Industry Association has had a parallel findings with regard to actual and perceived sound amplification needs. According to a recent FCC rulemaking concerning the hearing aid compatibility, TIA reported that feedback from consumers during the Hearing Loss Association of America's convention of 25 to 27 suggested that there were discrepancies between the amount of phone amplification consumers thought they needed and how much they actually needed. This led them to undertake a study of manufacturer amplification claims that later resulted in a new standard. A similar trajectory is envisioned to reinforce our findings regarding optimal vibration strengths and the V rating scale itself. So anyhow, we've had a full report, and in the report, which Richard can share with everyone, and Tony, because they have a copy of it, for those of you that are engineer types, and those of you that are really interested in the hard policy behind these issues, you're welcome to look at the report and make your own decisions. But our hope is that through our funding from NIDA, we can now take it, because obviously when you do these focus groups and you have the prototypes, you don't know what the results are going to be. So now that we know what the results were, we want to find out why that happened. The second quick item that I want to talk about is we just completed in 2015 a major wireless emergency alerts national survey. So the interesting part about this survey was that we looked to conduct a national online survey to collect data on WIA awareness, accessibility, trust and validation of message content, the frequency of receipt of WIA messages, the action taking upon receipt, and future features for the next generation of WIA alerts. So some of the recommendations we came up with is that WIA messages and the devices on which they are received should be optimized for accessibility with regard to the attention signals and the message content. Another thing that we found is that WIA messages should be more precise regarding location accuracy. A third item that we found was that mobile phone manufacturers should design handsets with the capability to adjust the strength of the vibration, sound frequency, strength, and also include a WIA-like cadence. Now, of course, we looked at close to 300 handsets, and some of them do have settings that you can change, but the settings that we built on our prototype were outside of that range just to see how well they could be perceived. So when we say the lowest vibration one, that strength, that was actually the top of the current marketplace phones that are WIA enabled. That's just a PS that you can be aware of. Also, one of the things is that a lot of people had heard of WIA but didn't know, because before WIA, remember, you could subscribe to emergency services. But we were really surprised to find that for those who had no impairments, they had a 68+ rate of knowing WIA alerts. And for those that did have some type of disability, theirs was still pretty high. It was in the 45 to 48% But everybody, hands down, said there needs to be more effort to make sure we educate the public on WIA messages. The data indicates a diverse response regarding an individual's need to verify information in alert messages. Alert originators should continue to work to make the alert content clear and actionable to encourage more individuals to take immediate proactive actions. For example, and we found this consistently, and having been a former Fed myself, acronyms. We use lots of acronyms, and we use lots of jargon that outside of our own community people just don't understand. So there was a big pushback against relying on that kind of information. The 1,600 people that were involved with the survey included I think about 150 focus groups that we broke into very small groups to test these different prototypes. So what are some of their responses on next generation WIA features? Well, overwhelmingly, icons and internet links are the most preferred alternative ways to present alerts. There was ASL video. A lot of people who use ASL felt that should be included to provide additional information, and live audio video streaming of news broadcasts. And potential features not currently included in WIA messages, such as these icons and the ASL videos. So we have handouts on all of these materials. There's a lot more. This one's only a one-pager back and forth, so this one is a good one. But I didn't bring the one we did on EAS versus WIA. We have one of those too. So I can, again, send it to Richard and Tony, and they can get it out to everybody else. Thank you.
And that concludes our report.
Thank you. Karen, I believe you wanted to make a comment.
So now I have even more to say. Okay, let me actually start with you, Helena, since you provided so much incredible information. First, I wanted to remind you that we do have an open proceeding on hearing aid compatibility. And is the WIA proceeding still open as well, Susie? Okay, so please, please, please file in both.
Yes, we plan to do ex parte comments.
Okay, but you don't have to do ex partes for the HAC one, for the hearing one, aid compatibility, because it's still open, and we have questions about a volume control standard, which pertains to some of the things that you said. So thank you. Also, you said that you had a handout. We just want to make sure that we make that electronically available to everybody. Right. But we just make sure that we have it. We can share it with the full group so it's accessible to everybody. Richard, I found your recommendation fascinating, and let me just say that both you and Marcia gave, and everybody has given superb background that we don't have. I would love to get your background statements as well, because they provide very useful information that we can pass along to other bureaus here as well, and for example to MITRE, and you can send it to Elaine. But both were very concise background pieces had a lot of good information in the background that will help us convey that information to other colleagues here and partners that we're working with. But also, it disturbs me, obviously, that there's no access to N11. Obviously, there's access to 711, since that is the relay system, and there's access to 911. But there are questions about whether or not having access to other phone numbers is functionally equivalent, and that's exactly why you did your resolution, your recommendation. But I'm also concerned that we in the Consumer and Governmental Affairs Bureau have already laid out a lot of our agenda for the remainder of the year, and this is very important, and I'm concerned that it may not be on the front burner. So I would like to pose a challenge to telecommunications relay service providers that are here or not here to come up with solutions on your own to make this happen. There are obviously workarounds for 911. There's the national database. It doesn't seem that in this day and age this is an insurmountable problem. I know that you said that you were going to be exploring the feasibility of resolving it, and I would love to have the providers work with you. I assume that the Relay Committee would be working with you, but even beyond that, leave it to you to suggest a date certain by which they can resolve this challenge. I don't want to give you any specific date, but it seems to me that if you can come to us with a resolution, we don't need a rule on it. So, as was very common when this chairman first came in, and very often threw things back to the industry and said, if you solve it, we don't have to rule on it. I'm concerned that a rulemaking on this may take some time that we don't have in the next few months. And it would be wonderful if this could be resolved within the industry. I see Brenda raising her hand. Is it okay if Brenda goes? Oh, actually, I'm going to pass it back to Claude because a lot of you are raising your hands.
All right. I believe first, Richard, as you are the chair of the subcommittee, and then we will follow up with other comments.
I just want to clarify one point. There are actually different relay providers who do have internal systems, but those aren't tied to the appropriate N11s. So internal solutions, but not available externally. So there's a few kind of available, but we need some sort of national database is what I'm going to call it right now. So that is something we're looking at. Thank you. Christian, speaking. I am aware of some of these internal systems that some providers have regarding N11 databases, but let me throw out some concerns that need to be addressed as well. One of my big concerns is if the service providers do something different from the mainstream system, that's not going to work. That's not a good idea in my perspective. Because the ultimate goal is functional equivalence. So we need to have the same level of access and integration so that when mainstream technology improves, I want the relay services to keep up at the same time. And my concern is that if we develop a separate system from the providers than what's being done in the mainstream, again, we're playing this game of catch-up. We saw it in 911 and other areas. Because each of the users are using proprietary systems, I'd like to see something happen the first time as to how a relay provider can jump in, make use of the mainstream technology, and then be able to keep up with the updates as they occur.
Pam?
For the record, I'd like to share that CapTel technology for all individuals that use IPCTS can today, yesterday, last week, next week, call 211, 311, 411, 711, and 911 directly, and specifically 911 they can call and reach the public service answering point in their local area. And the reason is because the telephone part of that call is carried over the telephone network. The captions are carried over the internet. And so it is possible and provided today for Captel customers that use IPCTS.
Thank you, Pam. Brenda?
Thank you. This is Brenda from NASRA. I'm going to speak as the Maryland Relay Director, and thank you, Pam, because I was going to mention the IPCTS and it being carried over the telephone lines. In Maryland, we developed we reached out to all of the N11 providers and found their back numbers. And those back numbers have been given to the relay provider, whoever it is that wins the contract. Hamilton, in this particular case, has it and is verifying it periodically at our request to make sure that the back numbers remain the same. So we are able to do that. And in fact, isn't it in the rules that those types of calls are required? And if not, I believe they are in there, so that's why we are currently doing it. There is no national database, and that's where the problem is.
Just checked with our expert, Greg, who knows the rules back and forward. I don't think that it's specifically stated as a requirement. One might interpret the rules to say because it's not excluded, it is required because calls to any number are required. Mm-hmm. But that's I'm commenting on that objectively. But I do know as well that that when we first moved to 711, there was similarly links to the 800 number that preceded the 711 numbers. So what you're suggesting is that there are workarounds. Yeah. But again, that's something that I throw back to the committee on a more national basis. You're working on more of a state basis, and I think that there may be more complications, I don't know, but again, it doesn't seem that it's something that can't be worked out.
Well, let me just add that in Maryland, most of our calls are handled in our Maryland center. We're fortunate that we have our own center, so a high percentage of all our calls go to our relay center. However, they are routed to other centers periodically, but they too have that access to that database. And so our N11 calls are still going to that particular person who's making that calls 311 center or 411 or whatever.
All right, Greg, you wanted to add something? This is Greg speaking. Thanks. I wanted to clarify a point about the requirements to handle N11 calls for TRS providers. They must handle any type of call at all, with the exception of it is technologically not feasible. So that is the situation as it stands. So the terminology is about technological feasibility. So the comparison between IPCTS and VRS will bring up a lot more questions that we perhaps could have a further discussion about, because those are two completely different methodologies of handling those kinds of calls. We're talking about a centralized database, and that brings up questions about whether the provider is really required to have their own solution using separate contractors to provide a specific functionality, or to set up a centralized system for all providers. So providing the opportunities to satisfy all the needs through a centralized system, as we know through experience, that providing this kind of functionality through the providers takes a lot of time to establish. And there are a lot of changes that need to happen, and currently there's no best answer. So we really have a lot more questions that need to be discussed that perhaps we should hold for another time.
Hi there, Matt Gerst.
Matt Gerst, yes.
Matt Gerst with CTIA. As a member of the Emergency Communications Subcommittee, I just want to say I appreciate the discussion that's occurring right now, because I think, under Richard's leadership, this issue was raised to the group as something that seems like it has implications for emergency communications, at least getting information to people who are deaf, hard of hearing, or speech impaired. But I will confess that I don't think our subcommittee has the expertise to answer the questions that you're now raising. So I would hope that if there's further discussion that needs to happen, that this would more either appropriately be with another subcommittee or through some other mechanism. But I feel like our subcommittee would be a little bit over our head, get in the deep water a little bit if we tried to answer the questions I think appropriate questions that are being raised about this now. Thank you.
Susan?
And I have a question, and this goes to, again, some of the questions we've had with scope and which committees should be handling which questions. I think we have the benefit of having folks who have an incredible depth of knowledge and experience, so much so that sometimes there is an overlap. So I would say, if it makes sense to you, Claude, and to other folks, maybe the chairs of both committees should talk about where it should be housed and what kind of expertise would need to be shared and what kind of review. Because I would hope that both, in a case like this, either something would be passed on to another committee or that there'd be some general agreement that the review would be going on, at the same time, or some kind of communications. So I'm certainly open to other suggestions, but I know it's been a level of frustration because, frankly, there's just so much work to do around access in general and so much expertise that we get a little diverted from our mission of the specific subcommittees. So I would ask folks, going to Matt's question and some comments that Brenda raised, there is a challenge to move forward by Karen to address this issue and to do it expeditiously, but I think that there also needs to be some collaboration, and I would ask that you take that at another meeting or a side call or something and determine who you need really to work on this and move it forward. Does that make sense? Is that okay?
Okay. Let's go.
Yay, Jones, if you'd like to comment.
I know I haven't been here much. I've been out in the field kind of working out in deployment. I'm with the Federal Emergency Management Agency, and the one thing that we work with a lot is 211. And it doesn't get a lot of discussion because people really don't understand what it is. But it is a huge source of frustration. 211 can either be done at the local level, at the state level. I just came back from the state of Missouri, and we're always working with external affairs to get messaging out. And I find it really interesting that we now have an 800 number that matches the 211 number, yet it was 6 weeks after the disaster, and we're just now getting that information out. And yet 211 really isn't accessible a lot of times. It may be to T2Is. It's not even the T2Is, but the IP relay, we have oftentimes the disconnect of technology out in the field. 211 is really frustrating because it's very heavily dictated by the local and American Red Cross and United Way, that it is a source of information where people can go and get resources. So if they can't access it, and we can't get the appropriate message out to them about how to access it, whether it's to an 800 number or whatever, they're not getting the same level of information. And I know it's a lot of discussion points around 211. It may not seem to be at the same level as 911, but in a disaster situation, it can be really imperative for somebody.
Okay.
All right. Were there others? Karen.
Thank you. This has really been an enlightening discussion, and I think that Greg and I and the rest of the team will be looking into whether there are existing requirements to provide this, however it's provided, and if there are providers that are not making this possible, we're going to have to look carefully at whether it should be made possible or should have been made possible. So, again, I encourage the relay providers in this room to take very serious note of this, since there's a real question as to whether it's legally required already. So, but again, to be continued, we have to explore that internally.
Okay, so the recommendation that this group was presenting, if I could reiterate that, was that the FCC institute an inquiry, which is, I think, really what we're saying here, or a rulemaking, which is not what we're saying here, but an inquiry to proceed to look at and ensure that people who use telecommunication relay services can contact their local or regional 911 numbers.
Do you want to expand that to ask for clarification of whether our rules require this?
Yes, I want to expand it with that word.
I mean, I can't, this is Karen, I can't guarantee that. We have to do an analysis internally, but it just may be something that you want us to look at.
So
they're asking me to repeat this. So ask whether the FCC should explore whether or not, ask for a clarification on whether this is required already in the FCC's rules, by the FCC's rules. Something along those lines.
All right. Are there any more comments or questions for Richard and Tony? Are you going to be reworking your recommendation?
This is Richard. I need to talk with my committee. I can't make that decision myself.
Okay. We will take a break, and then we will come back to your recommendation issue, all right?
You could actually lead it. You could actually lead it with ask the FCC for clarification of the current rules that exist regarding numbering.
We will come back at 2:15. We will reconvene at 2:15. Thank you, everyone.
My apologies. This is Claude speaking. My apologies for starting a little bit late. We wanted to make sure the Emergency Communications Subcommittee had enough time to edit their recommendations. We want to make sure that everyone has a chance to ask their questions, and then and first we'll go with Sunny with questions, and then we will go with the committee with their revisions. Sunny, go ahead.
Al Sonnenstrahl speaking. And I have a question for Dr. Mitchell. You talked about the alerting system based on both sound and vibrations, and you did a survey on those two issues. And I wondered if you've done any work having to do with visual alerting systems, if that was involved in that study or any other study. In other words, having the light on your cell phone go off. Can you answer if that has been studied as well under the purview of your center?
Dr. Mitchell.
Yes, it has been. And the full report that Richard will make available to the committee members shows what we did for the light part also, because we also said adding a light feature would be very helpful. And the other thing that we need to look at is where you carry the phone on your body, because to some extent that created the barrier, so people said they couldn't see it, they couldn't hear it. So we want to take a look at placement and maybe some kind of a case that could be designed particularly for people with disabilities. Unintended consequence that came out of it that really excited us was the fact that a lot of people who carry their bag that have a hearing or that are carrying equipment, they realize that they have to carry their phone closer to their body because it was already in their cases, their suitcases, or their carry-ons, and they didn't know what was going on. So one of the unintended consequences was that placement where you keep your mobile phone near you.
Sunny?
And were there any deaf people involved in your survey? I've heard of those who turn on both the vibration and the light to have sort of a double, the vibration will help them if it's on their body and the light will help them if it's on the table in front of them. That's certainly what I do.
Mm-hmm. Yes, we had deaf and hard of hearing, blind and low vision, and deaf blind as the populations that we studied or that helped us through the focus groups.
Are there any additional comments or questions? Richard and Tony, we will have them present their revisions and talk about the recommendations as they stand now.
This is Richard. Thank you both, co-chairs, for allowing us the opportunity to have a little bit of a break so that we could put our heads together and figure out how we wanted this revision to be worded. And we've come up with a recommendation that we'd like your support on. We want to restate that our working group is on N11 and continue to work on that issue. And we're talking about direct N11 access when I say that. We'll continue to work on that. But for today's full DAC meeting, we have modified a recommendation based on our conversation, and we've come to an agreement. The recommendation is that the FCC provide clarification of current TRS rules and remind VRS providers of their obligations to handle N11 calls, if appropriate, or instituted in an inquiry to find out the extent to which people who use telecommunications relay services are able to contact their local or regional N11 services. And so that replaces the previous recommendation that we read before the break.
All right. Elaine has asked that you would read your motion again, please.
Recommendation that the FCC provide clarification of current TRS rules and remind TRS providers of their obligations to handle N11 calls, if appropriate, or to institute an inquiry to find out the extent to which people who use telecommunications relay services, TRS, are able to contact their local or regional N11 services.
Was everyone able to follow the revisions to this motion? Any additional comments or questions? Since you have made a new motion, I think it would be best for someone to second, since this is a new motion and different from the previously presented recommendation. So are there any seconds? We have a second? Any discussion on this particular motion, on the revised proposal? Seeing none, it is time to vote. We will start on my left with Sam.
Sam Yale, SSB Bark Group, yes.
Tafa Association for University Center on Disability, yes.
Eddie Martinez from Columbia Lighthouse for the Blind, yes. Brian from HKNC, and very definitely yes.
Tom Ledkowski, Comcast, yes.
Alex Reynolds, Consumer Technology Association, yes.
Abe Raffy from the ARC, yes.
Hannah Thompson, Consumer Representative, yes.
Joshua Paila, NAB, yes.
Anne Marie Rohali, Telecommunication Industry Association, yes.
Lisa Hamlin, Hearing Loss Association of America, yes.
Ron Bibler, Consumer, yes.
Tim Cregan, Access Board, abstain.
Helena Mitchell, Georgia Tech, yes.
Tony Dunn, West Safety Services, yes.
Richard Ray, City of Los Angeles Department of Disabilities, yes. Zainab Al-Kebsi, National Association of the Deaf. NAD, not to be confused with NAB. They do sound similar, but they are different entities. And voting yes, sorry, yes. Thank you for reminding me, Richard. DSA, yes.
Lisa Ekman, American Association of People with Disabilities, yes.
Sabrina Fields, TEDPA, yes.
Brenda Kelly Fry, NASRA, yes.
Matt Gerst, CTIA, yes.
Marcia Brooks, Perkins School for the Blind, yes.
Lee Knife, Digital Media Association, yes.
Jamie Taylor, Deafblind Citizens in Action, yes.
Paul Michaelis, Avaya, yes.
Ian Dillner, Verizon, yes.
Susan Masri, AT&T, yes.
Claude Stout, TDI, yes. The ayes have it. Thank you for all your work on the report and the recommendations. Thank you so much. Now I will turn over the meeting to Susan to deal with new business.
And this is Susan from AT&T. Thank you very much for all your hard work. I think all the work that's gone on in between the meetings and the cross-fertilization has been extraordinarily helpful, and I think it's led to excellent recommendations, and I appreciate all the hard work that's gone on in between the meetings and, in this case, during the meeting as well. Our next item for the agenda is to talk about new business, and I think we're going to hand it over to Karen to talk a little bit about the new or the work that the FCC is looking at for a new DAC, or how we'll be moving forward on this.
So this is Karen. There's actually two pieces of new business that I wanted to bring up. And the first one, I think I just want you to think about. As you know, when we started this DAC, we had 4 preset subcommittees. And I think for the most part, we all agree that they worked very well. We know you've created subcommittees and task forces, and you've, as I said, been very productive. But for now, I think I don't know whether we have to have the discussion now. I'd rather jump over that discussion to the second item. But I wanted to just give you food for thought for the next meeting about how you think this committee should be structured in the future. I know that we've had a very successful ad hoc committee Should all committees be ad hoc? Should all be working groups? It's just something to think about. There are benefits to both, I think, because our subcommittees, I think, have now bonded in a way. So I think that you're working very well together. And if you have ad hoc groups, you might not have that kind of synergy. But it's just something to think about. If I want to jump over that, actually, to the second issue. If we have time, maybe come back to it. But I did want to have a discussion about something that we've at the commission have seen a demonstration of and throw it out. I've talked to a couple of you about it today, but we were very impressed with this particular technology demonstration and think that it could have ramifications for all types of captioning. Specifically, there's new types of speech-to-text that is far more advanced than previous types of speech-to-text. We saw a demonstration of something called Watson. We're not really clear whether it's connected to the same Watson that won Jeopardy, but it may be. In any case, we're still learning about it. We understand it was released in November, and thought we would just throw it out as a possible solution for you, or a technology that some of you may want to look into as a possible solution for, in particular, video programming, captioning of local news. One of the things that we didn't talk about today is the fact that the commission had directed the industry, specifically more or less local broadcasters through the National Association of Broadcasters, to work with consumers on trying to resolve the matter of improving captioning access to local news. As you know, right now, our rules only require real-time captioning for a small group of the top 25 markets, and everyone else can use electronic news reporting, which uses the teleprompter and is prone to miss a lot of the field reports and other live news. In 2014, in February 2014, we adopted quality rules that require enhanced ENT, and at the same time, weren't sure whether those rules, because we weren't sure whether those rules would work, we asked for a report back from the industry as well as from consumers on their effectiveness. And we received those reports just a couple of months ago. And to say that they are diametrically opposed is an understatement. The consumers are still saying it's not working, and the industry is saying it's working. So we have a difference of opinion, and along comes this fairly new technology that is supposedly a lot more accurate with respect to captioning, automated captioning, eliminating the person, which reduces the cost considerably. So I'm just throwing out as an idea for you to consider exploring the use of this captioning or this use of this technology, this speech-to-text technology, which again is supposed to be far superior to prior ones. And by the way, it's not, as I understand it, it's not only Watson, which is a proprietary brand, but is licensed, but there are comparable ones that are also being built using, for lack of a better term, probably the algorithms that have been developed to achieve greater accuracy. There's also potential consequences for this technology to assist in caption telephone as well. But right now, I'm really concerned about resolving the ENT issue. So I'm wondering what your thoughts are on this and whether or not your video programming committee would like to take this up in the immediate future, since we are trying to resolve the ENT issue in the coming year. Here's comments by NAB.
I'm sorry. Josh?
This is Josh Pila from the National Association of Broadcasters. I think it would be great for the subcommittee to have a review of that software. We've seen various software over the years, and it would be great if you think this has made a next leap. So maybe we can work offline to set up a demonstration of that software to the committee.
Okay.
Any other questions, or Richard?
Not a.
Oh, sorry.
Paul. Sorry.
It's okay. Go.
This is Paul Michaelis out of VIA. I have not seen a demonstration of this technology, just a couple of quick questions about it. Number one, is it speaker independent, or must it be calibrated to the specific person's voice? Number two, will it work with telephone quality speech, or must it be high def speech?
So this is Karen. The demonstration that we saw was not speaker independent. Was speaker independent. Although one speaker was doing most of the talking. It's not like Dragon Naturally Speaking, where you have to train it for your voice. That's one of the potential advantages of it. As I understand it, it's speaker independent. And your second question.
The second question I had is whether
will it work with regular voice. Yeah. Well, clearly, high definition voice is going to be better. I think that if you have clarity of voice, it's going to be better. But that's a very good question, and something that I think we'd have to explore, whether or not it could be used on standard voice transmissions.
Other questions? Anyone else? Sunny. Al, Sun and Straw, please.
Yes, I've actually seen a demonstration where a stranger from the South jumped into a conversation, and they had a Southern accent. And for the first 2 or 3 words, there were inaccuracies, but then after that, it was very accurate. So this person had a Southern drawl, different sort of slang usages, but it was amazing. It was very accurate. Thank you. This is Zainab speaking. And I've had the opportunity myself to see it in action, ENT during a news program. And I cannot speak to its quality. It was awful, to be honest. I was, in fact, dumbfounded by the lack of quality. The gaps, the pacing, the omissions. There were a lot of issues. So for me, it definitely raised a red flag. ENT was... I just wanted to add that for people who may not have had the experience with ENT yet, but we've had a lot of conversations about it. It's not adequate.
This is Karen. Zainab, I want to just clarify. Is this on? Hello? Okay. What we're talking about is a technology that I don't believe has been used for ENT yet. So we're not talking about the quality of ENT. We're talking about the quality of a new automated speech recognition program that I don't believe has been used for ENT yet. And what we're trying to find out is whether or not it would be an improvement to what is currently being used for ENT.
And Paul? Is it Paul? Is it Paul? Jamie? Oh, Jamie. Sorry. Oh, and Claude.
This is Jamie Taylor with the Deafblind Citizens in Action. I was wondering, some additional questions to ask is, what is the rate of speech that is accurate? So some speech-to-text systems are accurate if you speak very slowly. Okay. And then the other thing is it able to do any transcribing of what the noise is, like in the background, if there's an emergency reporting of something? Sometimes that's really helpful to know. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay, Claude?
This is Claude. The consumer groups will be eager to see a demo of what Karen has described to us. Greg told me a little bit about this morning regarding the Watson system. It's a speech-to-text technology, and we consumers would be very happy to see that demonstration. However, I do want to emphasize that the fact remains that we need to support the FCC with some rulemaking requirements from going forward, because industry will not move or change will be moving or changing to meet the expectations of the FCC. So we need to have captioning on an improving track. So I would ask for a phase-in schedule with the full expectation that we could use FCC's previous language to see more and more local news and sports being captioned. So we will be very happy to work with the FCC and industry to be able to display live captioning. Whether or not we are ready to have speech-to-text technology handling that captioning. Because if the FCC establishes a phase-in schedule, everything will fall together and will be in place. So at any rate, I look forward to working with everyone at the FCC and with industry in working to this goal.
And this is Susan. To me, I'm hearing two different paths. One is really looking at the ENT and whether there are technologies today that could help improve the quality. And that sounds like it's a shorter term issue. But I'm also hearing in a broader sense from more than people who are deaf or who have a hearing loss, or the technology around that, is that there may be a great deal of potential for people who have significant motor disabilities, for example, who have difficulty getting to a device or using it. So my question to you all is, should we ask the video group to go and look at it specifically from the narrow focus or on a broader focus, or should we try to do both on parallel tracks? And I think it's up to you all in the FCC on how we want to move this forward. Okay, go ahead. Josh, please.
First of all, the NAB disagrees that broadcasters aren't working to improve captioning. We've been spending a lot of effort into enhanced ENT, and as Elaine mentioned, there are two different ex partes, and in which one that broadcasters discuss the movement that has been made on enhanced ENT, so I want to put that into the record. Second, I fully support the Video Programming Committee looking at both of these tracks. As a user of closed captioning myself, I've seen many different iterations of software over the last 10 years. None of them ever really made it up. We'd love to see this Watson software in action, and I think that this is an appropriate topic for the Video Programming Subcommittee with all of the relevant representatives there, and I think we can be effective in that. I'll turn it over.
Okay, and we'll hear from Eddie and then Tom. And then Christian.
Good afternoon. Eddie Martinez from Columbia Lighthouse for the Blind. I have three questions for everyone to consider. First, ENT has been mentioned, and potentially with the new technology that is not yet implemented, I find myself wondering if we're talking about rural and small communities, that there may be deaf people that don't have strong internet connections. So what we're talking about is a lack of broadband. So whether we're talking about something that's ENT or Watson in areas where the service and signal is weak, I would be concerned about that. My second question is to think about how deaf people who have different language levels, different levels of proficiency with language, will handle English captioning, and particularly in ENT or captioning over the internet. How do those individuals benefit from that? And then the third is for deafblind users using refreshable Braille displays, how that potentially could tie into something like Watson or to enhanced ENT, and again, tying that into software or what have you that's going to be able to effectively put that through to a Braille display. Those are my three questions. Thank you.
And Tom?
This is Tom. I've seen similar technologies that have used a hybrid approach of voice recognition and then human editing. Was this the case here as well, or was it straight voice recognition, and how accurate, what was the percentage of accuracy that you did see with the demo?
So this is Karen. What we saw was just straight human voicing. There was no human editing. And we didn't assess at the time the level of accuracy, although I think that some work has been done by MITRE to look at this. Or if not MITRE, then our other subcontractor or a contractor on the ACE platform. So that's something that we're still looking into as well, but I think more research needs to be done.
And Christian.
Christian speaking. First of all, I would like to remind all of us that technology is an ever-moving target, so we have to keep that in mind. But putting that to one side, I am a little bit bothered by the focus on technology to the exclusion of the human element. I think that's the wrong pathway to take. We need to be able to satisfy consumer needs, which means captioning accuracy has to be adequate to be understandable. And there are a number of ways to get there. If we satisfy consumer needs, then it sort of doesn't matter how you accomplish that goal. That is the goal that we have to keep in mind. And I think we are sort of digging ourselves into a hole here because the FCC proceedings are so heavily focused on processes. And my sense is we need to focus more on outcomes, what is going to satisfy consumers. And then there's a balance between the processes to get there, but you can't lose sight of what our ultimate goal is, which is satisfying consumers. And all of technology in the world is wonderful and it's exciting. But if there's no way for us to evaluate its actual efficacy, and if it's meeting the requirements, I would strongly recommend that we actually start with the end in sight.
Oh, Zainab, please.
Thank you. This is Zainab. Thank you, Susan. First of all, I wanted to thank Karen for clarifying that you were talking about Watson in that moment. But even with Watson, I do have concerns about accuracy. And the reliance on technology without that human element, I think, is a concerning pathway. Those who will suffer are us, the consumers, and I want to share the concern with all of us about that over-reliance on technology.
Anyone else?
Having a 100% computer reliance without any human element, I think, is sort of the wrong approach. And I just wanted to add that, and I want to echo what Christian said. Thank you.
One more question? Any question? Okay, it sounds like we have... Oh, who does? Matt Gerst? Matt, which one? Go ahead. Whoever has their name tag up.
Matt, it was a separate issue. I wanted to talk about the first question that Karen brought up. So once you're done with this discussion, then I was
okay. I'm sorry. Oh, and Lisa.
This is Lisa Hamlin, Hearing Loss Association. I think that the consumers have really clearly expressed some of our concerns and worries, but I think it's a good idea to show us. I think it would be nice for this to be turned over to, and Susan asked whether we should go to do it broader, say in the technology committee, but I think one of our committees, and I'd be willing to take it to the video programming committee and let's take a look at it. And then let's see what next steps we need to take, whether we need further assessment, further analysis. I mean, you're going to get some skeptical consumers, and I think that that Christian is 100% right, that we should look at the end goals. What are we looking for? What is it that we want out of this? But I think we should give it a try. Let's take it. Let's see where it is, and let's give it a look, and then with a healthy level of skepticism, but that's okay. Let's see where it is. And I, for one, I think, and we'll take it to the rest of the committee, but I think we would want to take it up.
Okay, Karen would like to respond.
Okay, so I just want to respond to all of you. Thank you. I want to make very clear, if it hasn't already been made clear, that this commission, and especially this chairman, is very dedicated and to the goals, to the end result. and is committed to ensuring full and equal access to video programming, telephone services, advanced communication services. I think we've made that very clear through all of our rulemaking proceedings over the last several years. So when I raise this, it is not with the goal of automatically going to technology over a human intervention if the technology doesn't work. However, if the technology does work and it can achieve what we want it to achieve, and it can do it at a lower price and with greater efficiency and lower latency and greater accuracy, then it's worth looking into. You know, I mean, it's at least worth looking into. So, and it's with that spirit that I'm raising this. And like Lisa said, we recognize there's going to be a healthy level of skepticism, and that's fine. But try it out and see what happens. You know, I saw one demonstration. I thought it was very effective. It was with one person. It was speaker independent, but it was with one person. So, you know, be tough on it and see what happens. But if this is a solution, we should find out about it. I mean, what we've been told is that speech-to-text technology has matured to an extent as never before. And if that's the case, let's look into it and see whether it can meet some of the needs of this population. I suggest we start with video programming. I think that our chairman would appreciate it. Again, we have an outstanding proceeding on ENT. We'd like to get this resolved. I think I misspoke before, though. I said that this could enhance ENT. I think that it might take the place of ENT if it's effective, only if it's effective. If it's going to achieve the same garbled and missing and jumbled information that you're reporting that you get with ENT, then it's not going to be effective and it's not going to be something that we're interested in. But if it can achieve our goals, then we should look into it.
And this is Susan. It sounds as though the Video Programming Committee is willing to take on the task of looking at voice recognition and potential for ENT and whether they feel it is warranted for the next meeting for a demo of Watson or other technologies. And move forward on that. So we appreciate that work. I would also add that because it's not only focused on captioning related things, that there may be some benefit to other disabilities. And so if the Video Programming Committee perhaps sees a benefit for ENT or not, that they consider whether this should be referred to other committees for additional discussion. So I think we have a path forward, and we really appreciate the hard work the Video Programming Committee will do. I think they'll be able to ask very good questions, both from the consumer and accuracy side and the business perspective. We've had great success, I think, with the subcommittee so far, coming up with recommendations and approaches based on the joint desire to improve access for people with disabilities, and I appreciate that. And I appreciate the fact that the Video Programming Committee is willing to work on this. And I appreciate, frankly, the hard work that everyone has done aside from their regular jobs. It really does make a difference. And I think if you can come back to the executive committee and we can determine whether it's appropriate to put it on the next meeting or how to move forward, I think that would be great. And we'll look forward to hearing back what you found at the next meeting in any case. Any other thoughts around this before we close out this particular topic of voice or speech recognition and the application for communications for people with disabilities? I'm assuming none? Nobody's poking me, so I think that's probably a good sign that everybody's asleep or in full agreement. So we appreciate that. And I guess we will table the discussion about upcoming committees or approaches? Oh, we do? Okay.
He was eager.
Okay. Who was? Oh, Matt. Go. Oh, sorry, Matt. Go ahead.
Hi. So Matt Gerst with CTIA. So on that point, to the first question that you asked about how should the DAC be structured in the future, I was going to ask how many meetings does this group actually have remaining?
2 after this. 2.
We have 2.
2 more.
2. So I was hoping to suggest to answer that question, if there's going to be rechartering or another DAC after this one, it would be helpful if either the co-chairs as a group or a separate group of DAC members get together before the end of the DAC, maybe if not for the next meeting, but certainly for the last meeting, and come up with a recommendation that this group could take a look at. And that way, we'll have everybody's input on what the future of the DAC should be, if it's to be rechartered or there's to be another one after this. But I didn't want to drop that from the discussion, because I think it is important that we all have, of this group, have input on what we think it should be.
This is Karen. Would it be appropriate, I know there's an executive committee that's made up, is that what you're talking about, the co-chairs of each of the committees?
Sure.
Yes, I think this is Susan, and I think that would be an excellent idea. And I would say in the interim, if we can all think about what we think have been the best parts of this committee. I mean, it's been very productive, but there's always a way to improve on processes and approaches. And so if we want to think about that, talk to the different committees, talk within the subcommittees on what you think has been the most effective use of your time. I know that there's been some overlap, which has made some of the issues difficult. And I know that people have put in a tremendous amount of work in all the subcommittees. And so I think that if we can think about that, bring it back to the subcommittee chairs or the folks who'd be representing your groups on the executive committee, that could be put together for discussion for the final meeting.
Yeah, this is Karen. I would actually recommend it if you do have the time to do it by next meeting.
Okay.
Because we are going to be moving forward probably in the fall with respect to if we recharter, we have to put out a public notice inviting new applications for nominations to the committee. So we would probably do that in the fall.
Okay.
So the third meeting may be too late.
And speaking of which, the next meeting will be June 7th, correct?
Yes.
Want to go?
Yeah. Hi, this is Elaine Gardner. Yes, our next meeting is June 7th, and the meeting after that is September 22nd. I did not make it in October because I was burned once by the threat of a government shutdown. I never want that to happen to me again. So we got June 7th, September 22nd. I want to say that for the June 7th meeting, that's the next meeting, the deadlines for recommendations, the first deadline is for your summary sentence, and that is going to be May 10th. It's a little earlier, but we had a hard time getting our public notice out in time for this meeting. I need to have those in a little earlier, because that's where I really run into a firm statutory deadline. I have to get a public notice of this meeting in at a certain point, and I need to have those in by May 10th. Then the final recommendations should be in by May 17th. So that's to give you an idea. You don't have till June 7th for these things, really almost a full month earlier than that, okay? Oh, and one thing else. Also, the summary sentences. If your subcommittee is considering a recommendation, but isn't sure you're going to do the recommendation, that's okay. I can always put in language, the Relay Subcommittee might propose a recommendation that does this and this and this. You don't have to be absolutely firm about it. I just need to be able to give notification to the public that this might come up. Okay? Thanks.
And this is Susan. Just keep in mind that notice is really to help people track whether they should be coming to the meeting, make plans ahead of time. So I appreciate that. I also think that it was extraordinarily helpful to have the full recommendations in advance. And I think the subcommittees did a great job of making sure that went out. And the DAC got to read it before the meeting, so no one was surprised. And we didn't have to do a lot of wordsmithing as a result. So I think that was phenomenal. So if there are no further questions or new business, we can go ahead and open to public comment. And I am going to have Elaine get the questions if they're done electronically, or to notice the people in the audience. So if you are in the audience and you have a comment to make, please move forward to a microphone and get in line and raise your hand.
I'm told that there are no emailed comments, so maybe there's someone in the audience who has a comment or a question. And I want to say to anybody who's watching this web stream live that you can email comments or questions to livequestions@fcc.gov.
And for those who will be staying on for the committees moving forward, we will have 2 of the committees meeting. We apologize when there is overlap, but we're trying very hard to not try to make you can be in 2 places at once, but it's really not possible. So we appreciate your patience. And the rooms for the meetings, the tech transition meeting will be?
The tech transition meeting will be in 3 South, so you will have to have a chaperone, as it were, to take you up there. We'll be taking everybody up together. The emergency subcommittee is going to be meeting where you picked up your lunch, right down the hall.
Okay. Elaine, excuse me.
Okay, go ahead.
This is Susie. I just wanted to add that I am happy to accompany everyone. We could meet right after this meeting because for some reason the committee, this was scheduled to end at 3 o'clock, so we are not waiting. We do not need to wait until 3:30. We can go ahead and go up to our assigned rooms to start our committee meetings.
Okay.
What? Yes, for Susie's, the Tech Transition Committee, excuse me.
Okay, and are
the other meeting will start at 3:30. But the Tech Transition meeting will start a little bit earlier, as it had already been scheduled to start at 3 o'clock. So I just wanted to make sure that everyone knew that we could go ahead and start and go up to the room directly after this meeting. Please meet me at the entrance to this room, and we can all go up together.
This is Elaine. Just to clarify, the issue is accommodations. We don't have the cart stream set up until 3:30 for the emergency communications subcommittee room. So we cannot start that meeting until 3:30 because we won't have phone bridge or the cart system set up because it's scheduled to start at 3:30. The other was scheduled to start at 3, so we're fortunate we were able to start that one a little earlier.
And we'll ask for public comments one more time and see if there's also anything online yet. Any public comments in the room? Nope. Okay. Anyone online? Any questions online?
Oh, we have Mark Hill.
Okay, we do have a comment. Please go ahead.
This is Mark Hill. First of all, I want to thank the DAC for inviting me and CPADO to come and to present to your group this morning. I have already seen some results because I have noticed up until this point, deaf and hard of hearing with mobility disabilities have been left out of the conversation, and having myself brought in and my group brought in helps correct that. So thank you so much.
He's done? Okay. Well, thank you very much for coming and presenting to us today. We appreciate your time and making us more aware of the issues faced by people with mobility or dexterity issues and hearing loss. So I appreciate that very much. Without any additional comments, we look forward to seeing you in June. And thank you ahead for all the hard work. Thank you to the FCC staff for all the support for all the meetings and this meeting as well. And thank you to Verizon for refreshments today. So without any further ado, this meeting is concluded. Thank you.